All right, good morning, everyone. This is the second day of our September Charter Schools Review Board meeting, and I'm going to take roll call really quick. Stephen Gay. Bruce Friend.
Present.
Rita Hare. Dave Machado.
Here.
Hilda Parlay.
Present.
Todd Godby. Eric Sanchez.
Present.
Bart Danielson. Shelley Shope. Present. John Eldridge.
Here.
Alex Quigley.
Present.
Alex Granados. Okay, we have a quorum.
Good morning and thank you, Ms. Picaro. Let's please start our meeting today with the Pledge of Allegiance and the salute to the North Carolina flag.
I don't know how to feel about that. Dual citizenship.
Dual statesmanship. Dual statesmanship. As a reminder, the mission of the Charter School Review Board is that we work to ensure the existence of high-quality charter schools in North Carolina. Ethics statement. Review Board members are reminded that it is our duty to avoid conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts of interest as we handle the work of the Review Board. Does any member of the Review Board know of any conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to any matters coming before us at this meeting? If so, please state them for the record. If in the course of the meeting you become aware of an actual or apparent conflict of interest, please bring that matter to the attention of the chair. It'll then be your duty to abstain from participating in the discussion on the matter and from voting on the matter.
I failed to mention I will be abstaining from the Centerpoint Classical application.
Good, thank you very much. So let's just jump right into our agenda. And first this morning, we have Ms. Cook to talk about renewal cohorts. Thank you. And welcome, Ms. Cook.
Jenna Cook with the Office of Charter Schools. I'm going to give you a preview of the 2025 renewal cohort that will be before this board this fall. Just at a glance here, there's a list of the 2025 renewal cohort. It is a big group, and so we will be discussing all 38 schools in November and December this year. The next slide shows a map of all of the schools. So the schools are pretty spread out over the state. And then, like I said, there are 38 schools, and 17 of those schools are on track for a 10-year renewal based on the 21-22 and the 22-23 data. And then a quick look at the 23-24 data confirms that those schools should still be on track for a 10-year renewal as of right now, which means that about 21 schools will appear before the review board in November and December to give their school presentations. A look at the process. So these schools have all completed year one of the renewal process, which started in July of 23. They were sent a notification, and then all of those schools submitted a request to enter the renewal process. In August through October of last year, the OCS conducted a renewal process training, and then we also held a compliance team meeting with the DPI compliance team to discuss renewal schools. In November of 2023, all renewal schools submitted a self-study, and then in December of 2023, all renewal schools paid their renewal fee, and OCS scheduled site visits. And then January through May of 24, OCS completed a pre-site visit report for each renewal school, which included reviewing their academics, their self-study, and then any compliance issues that were known. We conducted the site visit, and then we additionally held 2 more compliance team meetings in January and April to discuss renewal schools. And then just a quick look at what site visits looked like this year. So all schools received either an in-person or a virtual visit. The virtual visits were for the schools that were on track to meet the 10-year. But all of the site visits included focus group interviews with 4 separate groups of stakeholders. So the Office of Charter Schools interviewed a group of parents, a group of teachers, a group of the administrators, and then the board. And then all of those schools received feedback from the Office of Charter Schools, and their feedback included any required action items, as well as glowing practices that the Office of Charter Schools observed, and then any considerations for growth for those schools. So all of these schools are now in year 2 of the renewal process. So right now, September to October, the Office of Charter Schools will be working on creating the DPI portfolio and making renewal placements. And we'll also schedule and prepare schools to present to you all in November and December. We will also hold another compliance team meeting later this month with DPI departments to discuss any compliance concerns. So November and December will be when those schools will be before you all. And then any school that does not receive a 10-year renewal will speak before you all, and you all have the opportunity to ask questions. And then in January, we will have school business to present on the renewal school's financial health, as well as as long as things move as we want, then likely the vote will happen in January. If not, could happen in February. And then in the spring, we'll work to get all of those schools their new charter agreements. Just as a reminder, it's for the renewal placement. So OCS will place the schools at a renewal term primarily based on their academics using the renewal guidelines in the newly updated State Board Policy Charter 007. And then it will be the responsibility of the review board to decide and approve a renewal term for each school using the renewal statute, the guidelines, and the data and information presented to you all. Like I said earlier, the presentations will start with the any schools recommended for non-renewal and or a 3-year renewal in November. In December, we'll bring the 5 and 7-year placements, as well as I will bring the data for the schools that meet the 10-year statutory renewal. And then in January, any remaining interviews or follow-up interviews that you all request, as well as school business, and then voting. And then I did want to add, because Charter 007 defined if a charter school is considered to be providing services to certain targeted subgroups, we have sent all of the 2025 renewal cohort an additional data document. So if they believe that they serve a targeted subgroup, as well as if they believe that they should be compared to an LEA that is not where they are located, they've been sent that information. And if they would like to be considered, they'll send it back to the office. They've been asked to send that information by October 1st. So that our office can prepare that comparable data for you all as well. So if they have a specific subgroup that they're working with and serving, then we can also have that data for you as well. And that is my update. Do you all have any questions?
Not really a question, but just a comment. We went through that whole process last year, changing the renewal guidelines, updating them. I think also just making sure that other leaders in the state are clearly informed about the amount of work that you and the team put forth in these renewals. There's no doubt that your recommendations to us are based on solid data. I guess it is a question as much as and I don't know that there's any way we can prevent this, but the guidelines I think are even clearer now than they were last year at this time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it should be pretty clear that my school falls in this bucket.
Yep.
But inevitably, we always get folks that come behind that microphone and I want to be in another bucket, or I want to be in the bucket that's one above the bucket, the 2 above the bucket. Like,
Sure.
How do you have conversations with the schools, or how do you kind of, before they come before us, for them to understand this is where you're at?
Yeah. So part of the process during the renewal site visit is that we give them their comparability data for the 2 years that we have. So they're aware if they're comparable or not. And I think we also kind of share with them, this is where you're on track to be. Of course, not guaranteeing anything because we only have 2 years worth of data. We also share with them the guidelines, and I think our office has been even more aware to tell them when they do come before you all to use the guidelines to help justify where they should be. I think one misconception is folks will believe that if they meet one criteria, and let's say they meet one criteria in the 7, they believe they should get a 7, as opposed to not, they don't meet all 3 criteria in the 7. So I think that's where the misconception comes in, that they could jump up from where they are because they might meet one specific part instead of meeting all the criteria in that specific bucket.
So when they're told about their presentation to us, is it said to them, I mean, in lack of better terms, present where you want to be? I mean, present why you feel, are they coming in here trying to prove why they feel they are somewhere that they're clearly not aligned to be? I'm not saying that very articulately at all.
So what we give them is a like a document that says what they should present to you all, that says that they should come with data. If they feel that they should be in a different, there's a line in there that says if they feel they should be at a specific placement, that they should use the renewal guidelines to justify why they believe they should have a renewal. Whether they use them, a different story.
Is there a way that we could get like 10-year data on these schools that have been around for a really long time? Because there are some schools that are kind of will have 1 or 2 years, they survive, and then it's been forever.
Mhm.
They have very small numbers of kids. Their data is not particularly compelling. It might be on par with some of the subgroups. And they've met growth sometimes, they haven't met growth other times. You know, I would put the former Healthy Start Academy in this argument. And I just think we need to ask the question, is this school really adding value at this point?
Yep.
And because I do think that consistently low performing schools over 10 plus years are really hurting the sector as a whole.
Yeah.
So I think if we just look at the last 3 years with some of these long-standing schools, we're missing part of the larger story.
Yeah, and we would have a lot of these schools, we would have, I mean, if they've been open for that many years, we definitely have that data that we can provide. I know in the past, there have been some schools where we felt that they should be in the non-renew placement, and we went back 10 years to show the consistency in low performance. So we can certainly do that for any of the lower performing schools.
Jenna, can you, and I don't think I missed it, can you also maybe after this meeting share with us of the 38 schools, how many are there in, this is their first renewal versus they've been here 3 times?
Yep.
Right.
I would like to acknowledge Jenna and her team. I'm one of the 38 schools up for renewal this year. And the communication that I've received from the team, the guidance, the entire packet at multiple points in the process, I feel has been very clear, very helpful. And so just an acknowledgement and a thank you.
Thank you.
For being thorough, communicative.
I also wanted to say, in terms of like how we train schools to come before you, we give them guidelines on what to present. But the other thing that Jenna and her team have done this year is completely revise the self-study. So that's part of that's required in rules for the schools to do. And previously, I think sometimes we would get more of like a fluff, book report sort of thing. And this is much more aligned to what we're looking for in the renewal criteria. It is, it's cleaner, it's more, it provides the route for a school to advocate for themselves if they have the data to back it up. So we're trying to empower schools. If you believe you belong in a certain renewal term, to advocate for your school using evidence and using data. And I think she also completely revised, and her team, for our remote charter academies, they will have a self-study that will really be correlated to what they are doing in their schools. So I think that helps as well. And I really appreciate you saying that, Dr. Fuller, because we've tried to really guide and help schools, because inevitably we end up with schools that, are not super excited with their renewal term. And often want to, say they didn't have the guidance or the support when we've been really thorough in trying to make sure that they know what to do.
This is a random question, not particularly just it might be stupid. What is the accountability? Does anyone know for lab schools? Or did they just get to exist in perpetuity regardless of performance? Nobody knows. Right.
I am not sure of what the accountability is, to be honest.
Because one of them has a passing rate of 10.6 this past year. So and another is 30 and 27.5. So someone at some point should maybe ask the question of what's the accountability measure for them? I'll just name that.
Thank you, Jenna. And then I think we're going to talk about stipulation schools now. Yeah.
All right. So this is an update to you all for these schools received a renewal in 2023. So that's why it says 2023 renewal stipulations update. So just some context for you all. In the 2023 renewal process, there were 6 schools that were given 3-year renewals with stipulations. 5 of those schools were given stipulations by the state board. 1 school was given stipulations by the then Charter School Advisory Board. So this presentation is serving as an update to the review board on how the schools are doing with their given stipulations. If you want to review each school's stipulations, those are linked in eBoard for you. So the schools that were given stipulations are listed on the screen here. All of the schools, again, were given stipulations by the state board, with the exception of Next Generation. They were given stipulations by the Charter School Advisory Board. So I have slides for each school. The first school I have is Zecca. So each of the columns on the left is the stipulation that was given to the school. So they were required to have an approved school improvement plan that was approved for Zecca in June of 2023. And then they were also required to complete 10 leadership trainings, all of their administrators and board members, as well as complete teacher training on improving academic outcomes. Those are ongoing. Those are required for all 3 years of their 3-year renewal. Our office is meeting with them. We met with them last fall, and then we now have a meeting scheduled to get an update on where they are with that progress in October. So we're keeping a pulse on that. Another stipulation was that they were required to meet or exceed growth 2 out of the next 3 years of their renewal. So they have met that stipulation already. They met growth in the last 2 years. No financial compliance warnings. We do not have any known financial compliance warnings. And then they were required to be compliant with all legal requirements. We have 1 notification from a fiscal monitoring of their ESSER funds. I've spoken with school business. The school is responding cooperative to the ask. So right now doesn't seem to be a significant concern, but we will keep monitoring that. Monroe Charter Academy, they had their school improvement plan approved in October of 23. The Office of Charter Schools will be meeting with them in early October of this year to talk about their leadership and teacher training. They did meet growth in 22-23, but this past year they did not meet growth. So we'll need to continue monitoring them to see what their outcomes are for this current school year. They were placed on financial noncompliance disciplinary status before given their renewal stipulations, but I did want to give an update to the board. They were placed on financial disciplinary status, and then they have been moved to probationary status, which is a less severe status, in July of 24. And then we don't know of any current compliance issues for Monroe Charter Academy. Paul R. Brown Leadership Academy had their improvement plan approved in August of 23. We will be meeting with them in October about their leadership and teacher training. They have met growth the past 2 years. And of particular note of all the stipulation schools, they've also moved themselves off of the continually low performing list. So they've maintained a C the past 2 years and met growth the past 2 years. So when they were originally given their renewal, they were on the continually low performing list and have gotten off that list. So great improvement academically for them. And then in January of 24, they were placed on financial noncompliance cautionary status because their audit had not been submitted, but they were removed from that financial noncompliance in May of 24. And we do not know of any current compliance concerns for Paul Arbrough. Next is Rocky Mount Prep. Their school improvement plan was approved in September of 23. We will be meeting with them in early October as well. And then they have not met growth in the last 2 years. So they will not be able to meet that stipulation because they were required to meet or exceed 2 out of the 3 years of their renewal. We do not know of any financial compliance warnings. And then similar to Zecca, they did have a review of their ESSER funds, and it has been, they're in conversation with them, and they've been responding and cooperative. So school business said it's not an extreme issue right now. I believe Rocky Mount did have some concerns about funds that were unaccounted for. I'm trying to think of the right way to say it, but that issue has been since cleared up. I think when I was before you all giving an update last year, we weren't sure of the status of that, but that has been since cleared up, and there's no more concern there. And then Apprentice Academy, I did put an asterisk by this. We do know that on August 31st, the board of Apprentice Academy voted to relinquish their charter. So we are in the process of working with them to close the school, but I did still want to give you all an update on how they did with their stipulations. So they were approved in October of 23 for their school improvement plan. They have not met growth in the past 2 years. And then we don't know of any compliance warnings, and any known compliance issues have been closed within the time frame allowed. Last is Next Generation Academy. Their stipulations look a little bit different because they were the one that were the stipulations were given by the advisory board. They were required to submit May and September repayments. That was completed on time. They were required to complete 21st century grant training. That was completed. And then they were required to give quarterly updates to the review board. They gave an update in November of 23 and in February of 24. And so they seem to have completed all of those requirements of their stipulations. What's next for these schools? All schools have submitted their letter of request to enter the renewal process with the exception of Apprentice. So they will all be in the 2026 renewal cohort. In October of 24, OCS will be conducting remote check-ins with the schools to review progress. And then in the winter and spring of 25, we'll conduct our renewal site visits with this group, along with the rest of the 2026 cohort. And then next fall, they will be before you all for their renewal presentations.
Thank you, Jenna. Couple of questions, if I may, and may need legal backing on one of these. But so as a reminder, these were schools that were before us in their last renewal when we were the Charter School Advisory Board. And we had made recommendations to either give them 3-year renewals, or in one case to actually close one of the schools. And then when they went before the state board put these stipulations on these schools. So there is, I think, the question of, now that we're the authorizer and determiner too of the renewals, do those stipulations that the state board put on these schools as part of the renewal, do they still apply? And I think the answer, and I'm looking at legal, the answer is they apply if we want them to apply. Is that not correct?
I think yes, they apply to the term that they were on. I think you have the responsibility to review all the data and make a determination of whether they should receive a renewal or not, based on all of the data that's there. And I think that you should take into account those stipulations and whether they had met them or not. And you should probably take some heavy consideration into whether they met those or not, because they were extended some grace. But I think in the end, it's, if I've got to go in and defend your decision, it needs to be something that where you have looked at everything and you have made a rational and reasonable and non-arbitrary decision, because there can be multiple reasons for why you may not have met a stipulation or not. And in the end, the statute gives you the authority on whether you're going to renew the school or not again.
Okay, thank you for that. So I have a couple follow-ups. And I don't mean to pick on one particular school, but let me use one as an example because it ties into my question. So you take a school like Rocky Mount Prep. Okay, one of the stipulations that was placed upon them was that they had to meet growth 2 out of 3 years in their renewal term. So they're now entering year 3 and they've already not met that stipulation. Okay. Fast forward to next year at this time. They will have already opened, presumably, before we would be voting on their renewal. And so we're kind of in this, are we not in this sort of this funky place where they would, whether they meet growth this coming school year or not, they've already not met this stipulation, right? So do we try to, is there a way to get their performance data before they actually reopen? Like, because let's be honest, a decision this board will make before us will be whether or not we renew this school. But we would be in a position time-wise to make that decision after they've already opened for the new school year. Does that make sense? And I don't know if there's a question in there. It's more of just a conundrum.
Yeah.
Right? That we might find ourselves. And I think there's other schools that are in that same situation. And yeah, I just don't, I don't know if I don't know what I'm asking other than is there a way to get some of this information, this stipulation information before the next school year would open up?
So the growth data, our office does not have access to that information until it's released to the state board, which is in September typically. So this information is not available to our office until after the school would have opened.
Yeah. So it's almost like they're getting another year potentially.
Well, I mean, it would still be
That's
that
what you
they would get their 3-year renewal. So they would get through 3 years, 22, 23, 23, 24, and then 24, 25 at the end of next year, you all would have decided before they open in 2026, you would decide whether or not they get to open because they are in that renewal cohort. So they would only get 3 years.
If we took it on face value, though, the fact that one of the stipulations was meet growth or exceed growth 2 out of 3 years, they've already failed that.
Correct.
So it could be a reason for this board to take action right now to say, this is your last year, prepare.
Correct.
And we are doing like more frequent check-ins with these schools. So, as opposed to like any school that's on a 3-year. So there will be, like, I think you guys have virtual check-ins already lined up for the next couple of weeks with every school, just to kind of monitor, keeping a closer eye if there's something that we are concerned about, if we get a compliance notice from a different division, or, if we have leaders that are transitioning, those kind of red flags that we already have, we can bring to you in case you'd like them to come before the board.
And to Bruce's point, I wonder if there's a way that we can work with the accountability office to get a preliminary, even though it may not have been sent to the board. If we can get the state board, that is, if there was a way to get a preliminary as soon as they know, it may also help in making the decision. But at face value, if we were just to go by those stipulations, they're already on really, really shaky ground.
That based on face value, they
They're-
can't meet the stipulations that
They're
the
done.
state board put on them. So
And there's one other school that's already, it's like this year it's the next school, is it?
well, the other question I had related to specific
Monroe.
was to Monroe Charter. If you can go back to that one. So, yeah, on that particular stipulation, this is a really key year for them to make sure they meet growth. But question I have with Monroe, I know they were moving into a new facility this year. Do we have their enrollment for this current
Our
school year?
office has requested that with a deadline of this Friday. So I should have that number by this Friday and can give it to you then. We've requested an update from them on their enrollment number.
So I'm sure they're listening, or maybe I'm not sure, but there's that 80 minimum. And I think we made it pretty clear last year with the school that that's not a minimum that we, ignore. So. The other one I'll call out, if I just may, just to maybe I'm sure they've still got ways to go, but it is good to see Zecca having met growth each of the last 2 years. That was a school that I think we actually voted recommending to shut them down, and the state board put the stipulations on them. So hopefully looks like that process may have worked. So hope they can continue that for this coming school year.
And for those other schools, to me, any school that finds itself in a situation where they're struggling to figure out how to meet, someone needs to reach out to Paul or Brown, because obviously with what they've done in the last couple of years, there's a little bit of a roadmap there that one of the things charter schools aren't always good at is reaching out to others to find out, how did you do that? We're not islands, we're a network. So, I would say that if there's anybody out there that hears or reads the minutes of this, Paul R. Brown is definitely someone to reach out to and find out how you did what you did the last couple of years.
Any other questions for Ms. Cook? All right, thank you. And thanks for all the work your office does, your team does. Yeah. Okay, we're going to welcome back Ms. Rackley again. And we have 2 applicants to interview today.
Good morning. Good morning. We have 2 standard timeline applicants this morning. Somerset Preparatory Academy is here today. They also have representation online. And just a reminder that this applicant has a management organization. So we have allotted additional time for the management organization to go through the half an hour interview process. And so the applicant is aware that today's interview is an hour in duration. And so I'll go through a few slides. And then the Somerset, you'll have 10 minutes to make your introductory opening statement. And so we can move forward, thank you, to the Somerset slide. Yep, it's 26. And so this board currently has 3 board members. I believe 1 is not available today. I think it's Miss Christy Coate that was unable to be here. So we have Annalise Eshanes and Reina Fernandez Romani. And then I believe the remaining, the management organization has significant representation here today. And so Somerset Preparatory is slated to open in the 26-27 school year in Union County. Union County currently, with the information that Ms. Cook provided, there are 5 charters in the county, and then I believe 52 traditionals. Their mission statement is to promote a transformational culture that maximizes student achievement and the development of accountable global learners in a safe and enriching environment that permeates the community. In year 1, Somerset proposes to serve 300 students in grades K2. At full capacity, they'll serve grades K5 with 600 students. Somerset will participate in the National School Lunch Program and the School Breakfast Program. They are considering contracting for 1 bus to serve a 2 to 4 mile radius. They also look to explore some carpool shuttle options there. They will not utilize a weighted lottery. And they have a facility provider that they're going to secure by January 2025 in a build-to-suit triple net lease agreement. They are not a repeat applicant, and they actually used the application assistance provided by the educational service provider, Academica. And so what's important to note, I think you can go to the next slide here. So there's just the geographical and the subgrouping comparisons here. This information comes from CEDARS. It's the most current enrollment information that we have on files. Again, the proposed is in blue, comparing it to Union County at large. So you'll see the charter schools are in orange there, and then the traditionals are in the gray plot points. And so you'll look at the racial ethnic comparisons and those subgroup comparisons as this was provided in the application. You can go to the next slide, please. Just general census data of the number of persons and the subgrouping percentages comprised within Union County. Is down. Yep, I saw that as well. Oh, should keep going. Yeah.
That's,
Take a break.
yeah, we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
We get this up, because, yeah. Sorry to interrupt your,
No worries.
all right, let's come back at 9, we'll make it 7 minutes, 9:45. So we're going to go old school a little bit, right? Okay.
That doesn't. Are you still able to advance? Okay, okay. So we'll continue. So Somerset Academy, they currently has 75 schools across their network. They are part of a broader network under the Academica umbrella that has greater than 200 schools. But the Somerset Academies are located across the 5 states. Well, is that 4? 4 states there, and an international location. They have greater than 42,000 students with greater than 2,000 instructional staff as well. There's a link there. We can't use that right now, but the Somerset Academy board members are listed there. You can go to the next slide, please. Oh, nope. All right. So, can't do that.
Oh, no, we've got a next slide.
Yeah, the next slide. Okay. And so the school being replicated is their Broward County Somerset Academy location in Pembroke Pines, Florida. There has been significant replication evidence that's been uploaded and provided in the application, specifically Section 5 of the charter application. We can go to the next slide. And so there are just a couple quick data points. It just kind of breaks down the percentage of inexperienced teachers, teachers holding temporary certificates, or those being taught by out-of-field teachers relative to the state in Broward County there in Florida. So just wanted to provide that to the board. There's the official source is the Florida Department of Education. That's also been hyperlinked. You can see that the Somerset Academy Broward, in terms of their achievement in comparison to the state and to Broward County, has a greater percentage of students achieving level 4 and 5 there. The same is true with their ELA achievement scores. Again, I've linked all of that from the accountability site with Florida State. And then there's just a trajectory of their growth gains like year over year. Obviously, the COVID years aren't there, but again, in comparison, you'll see how they perform relative to the state and to Broward County. So a lot of positive trends there. Next slide. Oh, okay, we can stop there. And so I believe that we've also provided some due diligence reporting that was in a presentation that may be on eBoard. Essentially, we've provided some media links, just different issues or highlights or distinctions that Somerset has been able to, accomplish. So there's media links, we can't open them now, but I believe you've had prior time to look at that, but just different issues as it relates to their operations across the states. There's some information relevant to the number of schools that Somerset is looking to open in another state, I believe Arkansas, et cetera. So really wanted to compile some information for you to get a better feel for kind of the local boots on the ground operations that these schools have in other states. Thank you. Yeah, you can just move forward. Some of that's duplication. Okay, we can you move down a slide, please? And so this was links there. There's some areas of distinction. I believe Somerset Academy and the greater Academica network has several schools that have earned blue ribbon status. So again, you'll just see a mix of events that have happened across various states relative to Somerset Academy. You can kind of browse those at your leisure. If you can go back a slide though. And so some additional questions that came up were relative to, again, there's a 3-member board here relative to the residency requirement, whether or not all the board members can, verify their North Carolina residency. And then there was a piece relative to the CMO agreement and their governing law and venue. So that was kind of pulled out as a question for you all to consider as to the venue for any legal jurisdiction. That CMO agreement states that the venue is slated for Miami-Dade County. So just wanted to kind of leave that there for questions later.
Figure I could probably go ahead and answer the question. Said you may need legal input on that. Generally, there's a statute in North Carolina that says that forum selection and choice of law clauses that take litigation of a contract outside the state are against public policy and are unenforceable. However, there are many, many exceptions to that rule about, who's the, and here we go, and who's the last person to sign a contract, who's, how does all that work? So what I would say is the board of this school needs to understand that it may very well be enforceable, and they need to consult with legal counsel about the ramifications of that. And whether they're comfortable with that being in the agreement.
And so just as a reminder, we have an hour allotted for Somerset and then 30 minutes for the exceptional children and multilingual staff, as well as the external evaluators that were assigned to this application. So all of that has been provided. Somerset has also received that feedback. And so I believe they're prepared today to begin, and we can invite Annalise Eshanes and Sarah Fye, who has been the primary contact for this application, up to begin their 10-minute introduction.
Good morning, everyone. I stand here today in front of you board members and the community members. My name is Annalise Eshanes. I am the principal of Doral Academy of North Carolina. And hopefully, or voted recently, board chair of Somerset Academy of North Carolina. I stand before you today with great enthusiasm to present our proposal for the establishment of a new school under the Somerset Academy Network of North Carolina. Somerset Preparatory Academy of North Carolina in Union County. This endeavor aligns with Somerset Academy's overarching mission and commitment to providing high-quality education that fosters academic achievement and personal growth in every student. At the core of our school mission is a dedication to creating a nurturing and supportive learning environment where students can excel academically, socially, and emotionally. Our mission is to empower our students to explore global learning opportunities to promote and enrich their communities and the communities we serve. We believe every child can achieve greatness when provided with the right opportunities and the right support. Our focus will be on cultivating culture of excellence, encouraging creativity, and promoting a lifelong love for learning. Somerset's global learning model is to implement a global mind, local impact. Somerset uniquely integrates global perspective into its curriculum, which is relatively rare among local charter schools. This prepares our students not only for local success, but also for global citizenship. This mission is not only just a statement, it is a reflection of the values and the principles that guide every aspect of our educational model. We are committed to ensuring that every student has access to a world-class education that prepares them for the challenges of the future, whether that be in college, career, or responsible citizens of the community. Somerset Academy Schools has been a beacon of educational excellence for the past 27 years. From its humble beginnings with around 50 students, Somerset Academy has grown into a network of high-performing schools that serve diverse communities across the entire country. The network's success is built on a foundation of strong leadership, a commitment to academic rigor, and an unwavering focus on student achievement, which have a rigorous data culture that ensures our students, families, and faculties and leadership share a community and support for the aggressive yet attainable goals we set. In the years since we began, we have grown to serve over 42,000 students at 74 schools in 4 states across the United States. Over the years, Somerset Academy schools have consistently outperformed state and national averages in academic performance, graduation rates, and college readiness. Our schools have received many accolades and recognitions, and we continue to be a leader in education. Early this year, we were the recipients of the United States Expanding Opportunity through Quality Charter Schools Program, CSP grants to charter management organizations for the reapplication and expansion of high-quality charter schools, the GMO grants, a sizable grant program to enable us to replicate our successful model to provide educational options to students from underserved areas. Our commitment to inclusivity and diversity is evident in the demographics we serve and the results we have been able to achieve. Stanford University's Center of Research on Educational Outcomes analyzed network effectiveness for charter management organizations across the country to determine the impact charter management organizations. In this study, Somerset Academy was identified a gap-busting organization distributing the achievement gap for minority subgroups. It is with Somerset's humble beginnings and vision that we want to replicate by a significant need within the local community. Through the extensive market analysis and engagement with families, educators, and community leaders, we identified a clear demand for a school that can address specific educational gaps and provide more tailored learning experiences for students. According to the own published enrollment data and forecast, Union County Public Schools is currently enrolled at an average of 90% capacity in its elementary schools. 18 of those elementary schools are identified as being over 90% capacity, some with over 130% capacity. For the 2026-2027 school year, the year of the proposed charter schools opening, Union County Public Schools will have 9 elementary schools that will be over-enrolled at a critical level, the majority of which are located in the West Union County Schools area. This analysis has led us to seek a site in this high-need area based on the population growth in the conjunction with the overcrowding in the schools. Union County Public Schools average a 52% proficiency in reading and 58% proficiency in math in the 2022-2023 data collection. While at the same time, Somerset schools in that same year average a 64% proficiency in reading and a 61% proficiency in math. Somerset also exceeded the average of 4 historical underperforming subgroups, particularly students of low-income households. In this region of North Carolina, there is a strong need for a school that offers not only high academic standards, but also a focus on personalized learning, character development, and college and career readiness. Many families have expressed concerns about overcrowded schools, limited access to advanced academic programs, and the need for more comprehensive support services for students with diverse learning needs. Our proposed school could bring this global learning philosophy into action via early literacy program. In response to the growing interest and enthusiasm from our community, our board has been proactive in engaging with parents and stakeholders to support the development of Somerset Preparatory Academy, North Carolina. Following a comprehensive survey that captured the interest of 75 families eager to see our school come to life, the board has placed a strong emphasis on actively preparing for the school opening. Recognizing the importance of preparation rather than taking a passive approach, the board has diligently pursued efforts such as searching for suitable facilities to house our school. Our school proposal is to eventually have 600 students in grades K through 5, offering them a supportive and enriching educational experience. We are committed to ensuring that our student body reflects the rich diversity of Union County, embracing an inclusive approach that mirrors the demographic of our community. With me today, I have board member Reina Fernandez, who's supposed to join via online. Dr. Sarah Fye, Somerset Academy Director of Strategic Planning and Academic Achievement and Somerset CMO Project Director. Daniel Schwartz, Somerset Boca Principal and Somerset CMO Grants Manager. Ms. Karina Iber, Somerset Academy Vice Principal and Somerset CMO Procurement Specialist. National EC Director Liliana Salazar, we like to call her our 911. Financial consultant with Building Hope, Richard Moreno. Service and support coordinator, Frankie Mestre. And National Director of Marketing, Adriana Lima, who is also supposed to join online. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So now it's time for us to be able to ask you guys some questions. They're going to kind of come in sporadically, so we'll reach a point where we'll give you some opportunity to answer. But for right now, let's spitball some questions for these guys to consider. I think Mr. Friend had one he wanted to ask right off the bat.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for that introduction as well. And thanks for coming with us this morning. So you introduced quite a few people. Who is the board? Who are the board members?
So I am board chair. Ms. Reina, who was joining us today via WebEx or Zoom, she's a board member as well.
I'm not sure
And
if you all hear me.
oh,
I'm
she's
here.
there.
Well, yes. Good morning, everyone. I'm Reina Fernandez Romani, and I'm happy to be here. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person.
And
Can
then
you all hear me?
there's one other board member as well.
She's not present today.
I'm sorry.
The third board member is not present today.
Okay. So you have a 2-member board.
Today.
Three-member board.
3-member board.
Okay. Looks like one of the board members is from Wake County, one Onslow, one's Miami-Dade. What's your connection to Union County?
So I am in Wake County. As I said, I'm the principal of Doral Academy of North Carolina. A lot of your faces look very familiar from our ready to open, yours in particular. Our connection to Union County, what we have as a resident of North Carolina, I've witnessed Raleigh grow tremendously. A lot of relocators in the area. I see it in my enrollment every year. I was just talking this morning with Ms. Rhonda in the back about our growth this year and the need for additional space in our campus for students. And as we were getting ready to put the application together and look at an area of need, we stumbled upon Union County. And as I mentioned during my introduction, the high growth in the area and the overcrowdedness in the schools. We don't have a person in Union County, but our connection, we have residents, board members that are resident of North Carolina, and we're just witnessing the growth within the area and the need for schools in that specific area.
2 follow-up questions.
Of course.
Who's we? You and your 2 other board members were intrigued by the growth and
My 2 board members and our team for Somerset Academy, who have been working directly with us in the process of applying for Somerset Preparatory.
So as you're well familiar, the charter that if we issue a charter, it goes to the board, not to the organizations you may partner with to help run the school. Why did you look at other options? As you and your 2 fellow board members decided you want to put a school in Union County, and you've decided to partner with Somerset to do that, did you explore other EMO, CMO options?
So we have, as part of the network of schools that work with, Doral works also as part of the network with Somerset. There's also Matter Academy. There's different schools that work together. And what we do between us is almost like sharing best practices. We had the opportunity to work with other CMOs. However, I do feel that in particular, because I am the leader of Doral Academy, mindset or the philosophy of Somerset aligned more with that philosophy of Doral Academy. So it was almost like a comfort zone in a way that our principles and our goals aligned when we think about the education fields. And that's how we partnered up with Somerset Preparatory to be with their team to be able to write the charter.
Correct. Yes, we do know that it's an established and experience in expanding and replicating. And exactly as she shared, it's in our best interest, given, again, their experience.
Why, how many other charter school boards that are partnered with Somerset do any of your board members belong to?
This is the only one that I belong to. Reina, do you want to speak for yourself on that one?
This is the only one I belong to as well.
Are you involved at all with Somerset or Academica?
For myself,
Yes.
I work with Matter Academy charter schools. I
Right,
used
so
to work for Somerset.
in Matter Academy, Academies is the CMO, or they are their own CMO, but Academica is their contracted ESP.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you too well.
Matter Schools is a network of schools in Florida.
Correct. Yes.
And then
So
they
we are
contract-
not employees of Academica.
Right, but that's who your contracted service provider.
Yes.
Correct. And is Academica a for-profit organization?
Hi, this is Adri Lima. I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'm with Academica. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm not actually asking the question to you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This right now we're interviewing the board.
Sure. Just you mentioned, no problem. I'm here if you guys need me.
Is Academica a for-profit organization?
Yes.
And okay, and what services does Academica provide to Somerset Academy?
Well, in this case, I'm so sorry, you're coming in and out. What services Academica will provide?
Well, I can have the board chair answer since you're having trouble hearing.
All right, so personally at Doral Academy, we have Doral Academy Inc., who contracts, it's our CMO, and they have an agreement to work with Academica, or they hire services from Academica, but we work directly with Doral. And for the Somerset itself, it would be the same scope of work. We have Somerset will be the CMO, and then for certain services, we might contract Academica.
Okay, so I have a host of questions. So can I, am I, okay. All right, so is related to why not just replicate? So also congratulations on your growth and your success at Doral. It's a great school, high performing, moved up to a B this year. Why not just replicate Doral?
So we're K-8, and we've been opening a subsequent grade level every year. So this year I have a K-6 in my hands. I don't think that right now at this very moment, even though we just went through the process of renewal and it was amazing to work with Jenna, she's extremely organized, made the process very easy. We are very proud of the growth, like you said. But I want to say I'm very ambitious, and I want to make sure that we reach that A before we try to replicate at Doral.
Okay, and I'm going to apologize in advance because I'm just going to interrupt you a lot because there's just not enough time.
Okay.
So but Doral is already a network. Like your school is a replication. I just don't understand it. Like you're the board chair and the principal of a totally different, like why not just replicate your school? Why not replicate another school from Florida? Like Doral is already a network.
Like I said, I don't think that right now, even though we're part of a network, Florida and North Carolina are completely different. They're different states, there's different laws. We've learned as we've been here that there's different practices that we have to make sure that we abide by.
That's the same problem with Somerset.
Doral hasn't been the recipient of a grant like the
So
Somerset received.
Somerset Academy has a CSP grant. How much are
I'm not sure if y'all can hear me, but on this end, and I can speak for my other colleague, we cannot hear anything.
Are areas in which they would benefit from a school. So it's clearly documented with the federal government. We are locked in. I can tell you, they don't like changes.
how much is there a growth plan associated with it?
Yes, sir. It's publicly available as well. We can send
How
a
many
link.
schools in North Carolina?
I believe one school in North Carolina.
What it for the management side of it, the management company, there's contract fees. So I'll get to that question in a second. There's management country contract fees of 225,000, but then there's additional fees under the professional contract totaling about 243,000 for a total of 488,000, which is about 16% of your budget. I guess my question, which I ask all management companies or board members, what are you getting for the 225,000? Because these other things are generally what the management company should do.
Yes, there should be a fixed.
And then which of
amount
those go to
allocated.
Somerset and which go to Academica?
This entirety of that would go to Somerset Academy, Inc. There is not a direct.
Yeah, she's a board
Apologies.
member. She's a board member.
No, I apologize. I'm not actually a board member, to clarify. Yes,
Oh, okay.
but I
could the
do work for
board-
Somerset.
Yeah,
so
could you
go
answer
ahead.
that?
Absolutely. Can you repeat your question?
What are you getting for the 225,000 that you're paying Somerset?
Yeah, everything goes to Somerset. None of that would go to Academica since Somerset is our CMO.
Okay, but then Somerset contracts at Academica. Right, so it's kind of like a pass through. So, and which again, people make money off education. That in itself is not the issue. We pay Power School a lot of money in the state and they're a for-profit company. But what are you getting for the contract fees that are in the budget?
Sarah, do you want to jump in?
So as a Somerset Academy Inc., what we support with is. Go ahead, to talk about what Somerset Inc. provides. Yes, or if Gabby wants to step in.
Correct. So For the budget, we want to make sure that we are getting, obviously, the personnel that we need to be able to host the students in the building. We want to make sure that we are able to provide a curriculum. The purpose of the school is obviously to provide a setting that is not overcrowded like the schools in the neighborhood, to provide an education program that supersedes those within the neighborhood, or at least mirrors the good education within those neighboring elementary schools. So with the budget, we're going to be working through curriculum, staffing needs. And I know that in the budget, there is also the possibility or the allocation for transportation as well.
Correct.
That will be the school budget.
Yes.
Talking about the curriculum, that's another line. There's 50,000 per 65,000 per instructor. Period. Still, that's what are you getting for the 25,000?
So we pay a fee to Somerset Academy of $700, I believe $750, $700 per student. That is the fee that we pay. Does that answer your question? Okay, so the management company provides support to us. I'm sorry that I didn't understand the question at first. The management companies provide supports to us. So with that being, sometimes when we do professional developments at our schools, that professional development might come from another school who has somebody that happens to excel at that particular skill that we need to teach our teachers. So professional development is one of them. Our AC specialist, perhaps a school doesn't have an AC director or just has an AC teacher and they need additional support, then we can fly somebody in for that support in-house. In my school, for example, in particular, we have somebody that helps with grants management, and that I don't have somebody in-house for that. So that comes from another school within the network. So that additional support that we have on areas of need that might not be present precisely at our campus.
Yes, Gabby, what else to say? Yeah. Just looking over your budget, there was a couple things that aren't lining up. There is no transportation staff. And you just talked about transportation. There are no EC teachers listed. You just talked about EC. There's no counselors listed. You're talking about the National School Lunch Program, but there's no food service staff. And when we're going back and forth with this question, I am not clear.
Yeah, so first things will also be to see the needs of the community of the students that have actually enrolled to our school. So for us to be able to have an EC director or an EC teacher, we need to see first if there's a need within the students that are enrolled for an EC teacher or an EC director. For transportation, we do a needs assessment as well. And for the lunch program, there's always, remember that in schools, there's also the needs for staff, and there's a shortage of staff everywhere. So sometimes within the schedule, we work for individuals to have multiple responsibilities. But I know that board member Gabby was trying to also add to this question.
Right, no, you hit it exactly what we were going to discuss. It's based on the needs of the school, and then we would allocate it in our budget.
You have 203,000 in state EC funds, but you don't have an EC teacher?
Well, we don't have an EC teacher at the moment because we don't have a school yet, but we have to, like I said, within the application process, when we move to accepting these students and we start to collect enrollment, within that process, we collect.
No, I'm just saying there is
it's
not
under specialty in the budget. It's in the specialty positions, yeah.
Elective specialty teachers?
Within the specialty position for EC teacher.
So who are the electives teachers?
So
what are they going to be?
So electives, it's again, it aligns to the mission of the school. So we want to do either make sure that we are doing project-based learning. We're hiring people we want to see also if within the community there's a want and a need within the parents to do a second language as an elective. Level education is a big thing. So those things happen within the need of the community. So the specialties is something that we identify once we're in the community and we're gathering that interest.
But
We also have a financial specialist here who's contracted, and he can respond to any budgeting and staffing questions.
I guess, okay, I'm just wondering, because you have 4 elected teachers, you have 300 kids. They're probably going to be mostly occupied during the day. There's 200,000 for EC in the budget. Those pieces those are questionable. So right now we said the EC director is part of the contracted, that'll provide support, grants management and PD. There is 10,000 in the budget already for PD. Obviously that might not cover everything. So again, to me, there's a question of, and maybe the finance person can
Right.
clarify, there's duplication in the professional contract. Because I usually think, hey, we're paying 10% of our budget for a management fee. We're going to get student accounting. We're going to get financial. We're going to get some legal counsel for the CMO from the CMO, because that's centralized.
And I think that to summarize everything that's been talked about so far, that question is yet to be answered about what services are you getting, because some of these things are listed in your budget as what the school budget's going to pay for, and then there's the
Right.
$300,000 or $225,000 roughly that's in the contract for the management organization.
So the
What
services
is the management
provided
organization giving to the school as far as services go that may not be shown in the school's budget because they're providing those services?
So the services provided, as we briefly mentioned, was the use of their programming, their expertise, their professional development, data analysis, teacher and admin training, mentorship, and just the help of the network with over 25 years of experience.
What I've heard is staff development so far. So the EMO or CMO is going to be providing,
and then
staff.
subcontracted would be the legal, the HR, the accounting, the marketing, recruitment, facilities, the maintenance, legal.
Okay.
Right.
Other mic.
You're saying that
Oh, thank you. The help actually.
you said legal, accounting, the school's going to do that.
No, the CMO.
Then I just want to make sure we have transparency in the management fee. All of those things are in the budget twice.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's the confusion, and that's the question we always run into with these contracts is duplication of services. So if you're paying the CMO for those things, they shouldn't show in your general budget, right? And I mean, just to follow up on the EC question, I understand that you're going to want to wait and see what your community is, but typically most schools are looking at, I mean, at least 15% of your student population
30 to
minimum
45
is going to be.
EC.
Have one.
Right.
And just to
So I think those are, just to kind of summarize that part so we don't keep harping on that. I think what you hear from us is
I know
there are
absolutely
a lot
not.
of questions between what the school itself is paying for.
Right, but for
What the
example, Sorry.
Just hold on for just a second, please. That the organization or the management organization is going to provide the clarity in that is not there.
right.
And it's not being articulated well right now. So, and it may just because we're peppering questions at you, but I think that's summarize that.
That's not why. Who is the contractor for financial, legal, student accounting?
And just to go back just quickly on that last note, just to give an example, like the school still maintains their own separate attorney for conflict of interests. And right now, when we can refer back to the budgeting questions, we have Richard Moreno there from Building Hope that also may assist with these budgeting questions if possible.
Who's the contracted person? Who's the contractor for financial and student accounting? Who's it going to be?
If I can speak, this is Richard Moreno. Hi. Yeah, the contracted, there's the
the $750 per student, which is the contracted services you see on the budget, that covers the fees for Somerset. Somerset has indicated earlier contracts with academic to provide specified services. In those services, you have the accounting, the back office to answer your question. So that, does all the budgeting support, provides expertise, also doubles up and provides additional resources when the school's needed. So when you have a school starting up with 300 kids, you do not have sufficient dollars in the funds to provide an expertise of a Lily Salazar to come in and support the school. So the network will provide those level of services. Now in the
Right, the
budget,
network has $1.5 million grant to do that.
correct. That's going to be.
But they're also charging the 225 and the student, who's doing the student accounting? Because that is a subcontract. Who's doing that?
The student accounting in the sense of the booking the student or the financial accounting.
Well, there's both. There's 119 for financial accounting, and then there's 23 for student accounting, and then there's 75,000 for other. I'm just really trying to nail down, because a management fee, it says contract fees, management company 225, and then we can't seem to get an answer. Who is doing the financial accounting, the financial work, the student accounting?
So, in looking at those is where it would be done on the local side, right? Where the school has it here, then you have on the additional support that's there. So the contractor that you see there would be for different local vendors that would provide those services. Correct.
And I want to be sure that we follow up and get these questions. Eric, did you have a follow-up? Because I want to make sure we also give time for talking about the operation of the school, the curriculum, and things of that nature that might have been inside there. Understanding the complexity of making sure we understand services that are being rendered inside the budgets. But I also want to make sure we have time to get to the academic questions as well. Eric, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand the relationship to paying a CMO and then a CMO contracting with an EMO. Why is that? Why are we paying a CMO and then our CMO is contracting through academic?
Okay, because the CMO itself has staff that goes over. So you have, in the case of Somerset, you have a group of, call it head teachers or different things that can go out and help support those schools. Okay, as you see, a lot of the team here comes from that. And then the CMO, the ESP that's contracted out then provides specified services to it. And so it's all contained within that service agreement.
What's the specified services?
In the management contract, I think that's shared in the application. You can see the exact, if it's not, it will be provided. It's a
Anybody
non-academic.
speak to it right now? Like, this is new. Like, usually the CMO.
The CMO provides the academic services. So anything that's academic with regard to curriculum, professional development, and my understanding is that the ESP provides non-academic services with regard to what was specified with legal, accounting, those kinds of things.
So let's give an example of curriculum. What's the core curriculum?
So when we're talking about like our global learning initiatives, we come and do professional development for our teachers. How do we take whichever textbook that we're using, and we're talking about how do we use this?
What is the textbook? Like I've read the
Yeah.
I actually don't have a lot of issues. I believe the academic program is strong, well written. I think we're replicating a good program.
Absolutely.
So I don't have issues with that. Or like what is the correct, like, have you written all your own curriculum?
No, that's not the way we do things.
So
we don't
what
specifically
curriculum
write our
does Somerset use?
Right. So we use a variety of textbook companies. When we talk about our curriculum is our philosophy, our rigorous data culture that we put in place.
Like one of
Yes. So for example, we have interim assessments that happen through iReady, for example. And then we take that information
It's like
as
the
a
ELA or math curriculum that.
I'll be honest, we do not have the same exact ELA textbook in every single one of our schools. That has to do too with our, we assess what the community needs. And
so like the school will
some
buy
might
the
have.
curriculum and then the management company will train on the curriculum.
Potentially, because we do have different groups that have, for example, a program like Into Literature. So we have some experts that are in that program. We have some that are experts in CKLA or,
Yeah.
to make sure that we're implementing whichever program with Fidelity.
Can I ask the board chair? I
Of
just
course.
haven't done the independent charter route. I'm trying to understand the CSP grant you could have applied for yourself. You just heard that the curriculum's coming from different other vendors. It's not proprietary to Somerset. You could contract that yourself. Back office stuff, Acadia, whatever. I'm not understanding. And then we saw all the duplicative things in the budget. I'm not understanding where you're giving why you've made the decision to give 16% of your budget, and it may be more based on all the duplicative stuff, to a management organization that is basically just going to get you the stuff that if you just wanted to get, you'd get your own. Well, help us understand this.
Well,
And then they still aren't a full service and they're contracting through somebody else to get you some
Yeah.
other basic stuff.
I'm also running my own school, and I want to make sure that in doing this, we're not taking away from the route. So the mindset behind that was to have additional support, so that, you know, we are not digging into multiple things at the same time and not giving it the full attention that it needs. I think that with having Somerset as a CMO who also happens to have successful schools that are recipient of big accolades, that I would get the support that I need to make sure that both entities are successful.
Is there anything that concerns you in this contract? Because I have it right in front of me. Any aspect of it that actually concerns you or that you questioned with regard to this relationship as you were vetting Somerset?
I wouldn't say concern, but I think that after some of the comments that were made here today, that we definitely need to go back and check a few things and make sure that there's no duplicates or things of that nature based on your
Not the
feedback.
finances. I'm just talking about the actual relationship as it's set here. Like
The relationship between the school and the CMO, or
the termination part of it, all the aspects of the relationship that are outlined in the contract. I would assume something of this level. One, it was fully vetted, and two, that you probably contracted legal support or something like that to really look at this. And so I'm asking you, was there anything that came up in that vetting process that was concerning?
no.
How about the termination agreement? In order to leave, what is your understanding of how, if you're not happy with this organization, of how your charter school can then leave the CMO? What is your understanding of the termination agreement, and what are your thoughts on it?
I mean, I think we've been working together with this project, and it's both of our projects. I don't find it to be entirely my own, and I know that maybe there's a disconnect in that. I find them to be as much of a part of the project as I am. So I have full trust that we're both working with the same goal in mind. I haven't had any hesitations when it comes to putting together the application process for Somerset Preparatory.
What is your understanding if you wanted to leave? If you're not happy, if you go into this, you don't like the curriculum, whatever it is, you don't think you're getting bang for your buck, whatever it is, what is your understanding, either you or the person online, of how easy or difficult it is to leave this agreement?
I don't think it will be difficult following the proper channels to make sure that everybody has, you know, we go through everything set in place to make sure that we can terminate. I think that as a board, I won't be the only member responsible for voting into the curriculum or voting out of the curriculum. And there'll be things in place to make sure that everybody's input is taken into account.
Right. And I know that we have the right to terminate the agreement if needed. Obviously, our main goal, we do everything with our students in mind. As you know, we want high quality education. We want to make sure our students are growing, and that's the goal.
Let me, because I know we're getting close to time and I know there's other questions. And I haven't memorized this termination or anything, but I mean, we're looking at tons of money if you wanted to terminate. We're looking at, you're paying the duration of the agreement, then you're getting a fee. They're calling it a liquidated damage equal to $10,000 each month for the duration of the unexpired initial term. All of that's in there, mixed with tons of other language of taking everything. Anything they feel was theirs is gone. Curriculum, and when they leave, it's going to be you and the desks, and no money. That's what it's basically written. So that's why I'm asking you if you really, really vetted it and looked at it and understood what it would mean to separate if you ever wanted to separate.
Right, right. We have vetted, and again, I think we both feel strongly in our third board member as well with the success of Somerset Academy and everything that they provide their teachers, their students, all stakeholders. So I think we feel confident in moving forward with this, given again that we know the outcomes. We know what Somerset does. We know what Somerset can do, and who we are replicating is a very, very successful school, and as a network as a whole.
I have facility questions too, if somebody's asking.
I just have a question. We heard about serving low-income kids. There's some good data coming out of Florida around that. Doral, what's your percent low income?
For the area for Somerset,
No, for your school.
for my school, I have about 47% low income.
Okay. And then, but there's no bus at all. No evidence that there will be. There's no weighted lottery. So I just want to name for the board like that. That's a question. You don't need to answer it. And then I'll let other people jump in and I'll be quiet.
I was also wondering about the projection for economically disadvantaged students, which you have at 73% to the comparable area of 18%, but you don't have a weighted lottery. So what is the program? How are you going to meet that need? Because at 73%, do you have plans for a social worker? Do you have plans for wraparound services for families? What does that look like? And you've have projection 19% students with disabilities. So to the point earlier, you're not only thinking someone's going to come through the door that we're going to have to serve, but you're planning for this. That's above the Union County average. So what's your plan?
Yeah, I think Sarah's trying to jump in as well.
I just wanted to comment because we did see that in the comments and in the feedback. And I noticed, I think I was the one who submitted the enrollment Excel. And I think that I had some error in that particular line of the formula, because if you look in the other areas of the application where we describe the demographics of the area, we did not overstate the low income students to such a degree.
Yeah, I did notice that.
Yes.
Which made me question also in your introduction, talking about how Somerset does such a great job with subgroups.
Yes.
And closing gaps. You called it a gap buster.
Yeah, we
which
were
is-
actually named that specifically by that Credo study that she cited.
Which is amazing.
Yes,
And
we were very good.
kudos and congratulations.
you.
So I
It was
wondered
humbling.
then on your racial comparisons, you're projecting to be kind of even with Union County, and just thinking about if you've got that kind of skill in your program, why you wouldn't put in a weighted lottery and why you wouldn't try to
Right.
get more Black and brown students, Hispanic students, and multilingual students.
Yes, I mean, we do follow open enrollment, right? And so we do have a target that we go out and try to attain. You know, we market to families and these areas, and we know that we have tremendous success with underserved populations. So we do believe that we are going to have that population, but as we all know, at the end of the day, we only can work with the families that actually choose to be with us. And so we would never deny a family because they did not match that exact demographic.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How much time we got left?
About 15 minutes.
Okay.
All the way through, because we had we had in the time for the EMO and the school itself. So it was about 55 minutes worth of question time.
Let's try to catch our breath here a second. You've been peppering you with a lot of questions. I kind of want to go back to the very beginning, to the first line of questions I've had. I'm concerned that there's only 3 board members.
Yes.
I don't think we've ever had a situation where that a board of only 3 people is asking us to grant them the charter. And one of those 3 is out of the state. 2 of them have no affiliation with Union County, none. When asked why Union County, it was, well, it's a fast growing county and population area, growth area, just like your school is, just like my school is. That doesn't make me have any connection to Union County other than we share probably sitting in traffic. That concerns me. It concerns me not because I think that every board member, that we have this mythical idea that community people come together around the maypole and build a charter school. And it's okay that you have people who aren't necessarily part of that local area, but you have nobody from that local area. And I've heard comments saying, well, we're going to keep assessing. We're going to do what after we assess what the community needs. Well,
Our goal is to
someone was
expand.
in that community that was on the board. So that's where I'm struggling. And then the local interest, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to misstate. I think all we saw as far as the work done to know that the community wants this school is we have three letters.
Well, since our application process, we've actually hosted, we've done a Facebook ad, and we actually got 75 interests just between that time frame. And there is a need.
Have you done any community forums, information sessions, went to the Union County Summer Carnival? What on the ground work have you done in Union County?
So first, I know I want to answer that question. It's very important, but I wanted to also answer your question about the number of board members. Currently, there's only 3 of us in the board, and we are looking for, 2 more to make sure that we have a board of 5 people. But it's important for us to diversify the board because currently, Reina and myself are in the education field, and we would like for the other board members to be of a different profession, whether that being law, engineering, something that could provide a different perspective, maybe even budget, so that we can have that different perspective as part of the board when we are looking at things pertaining to the school. As far as marketing is concerned, I know that when we opened Doral, there's several things that we did in order for us to market to specific subgroups and to grow within this community. I know that Dr. Barbara O'Neill, one of the things that she recommended was an event during Juneteenth, and that had a tremendous impact in the community that I was able to draw into our schools. So it is definitely in the plans for us to do community work where we're promoting the school, but we started small and we started with marketing on Facebook and just to see how much of an interest it will spark in that specific area.
So I thank you for both of those responses. I would, and this isn't a and but.
Okay.
I'm trying not to use the word but. However, we don't know who those other 2 board members are. They're not here. They're not part of this application. So we can only make a decision based upon, do we feel that this board is prepared to fly with this charter if they receive it. And so we can only base it upon the 3 board members that are the here and now, not necessarily what the future is. That's all.
Okay.
And I guess what just one other, I am going to transition. This is probably my last question. Just going back to the EMO, I'm sorry, the agreement with Somerset. On the flip side of what Mr. Sanchez's questions were about termination, the term itself struck me as well. It's a 15-year initial term, if I remember reading correctly. That's a lot longer. I may be mistaken, but I don't think the other EMOs that operate or CMOs that operate in the state. I went back and just did some quick research, and I found everything from they have no term, it's year to year, to the maximum being 5. So again,
is it 15 years?
I believe so.
Yeah, so again, just as a board member, keeping you aware, just like Mr. Sanchez was doing about the termination clause, this is a 15-year initial term. And again, I may be mistaken.
Well, for the board members, you mean?
No, for the agreement with the management.
Okay.
It's a 15-year initial term, which again, I may be mistaken, but just in my very quick summary of other EMOs and CMOs that operate schools in the state, I haven't found anyone that's more than 5 years.
Going back to that, if it's 7 years in, you feel like you can run this by yourself now, you're locked in for another 8 years, or you're going to pay a whole lot of money to get out, is what I think the thing. Hilda?
Another concern is the triple lease net. triple lease, net triple lease. Meaning that you would have to pay all the expenses, property taxes, building insurance, utilities, rent, maintenance, in addition to the other questions concerning the finances.
Who is the,
Triple net
who's the
lease,
lease going to?
that's concerning.
That's what I was gonna ask about.
Yeah, we don't have a facilities yet, so we don't.
There seems to be a long history regarding your partners and associated development companies. I gotta think that conversations have occurred. Whether it's School Development HG or whoever it is, MOI, Real Court, whatever. I'm assuming there's a conversation with one of your two partners, either indirectly to the EMO or directly to the CMO regarding some of their contacts in these development companies. Is that
I don't understand your question. I'm sorry.
has there been a conversation with you, with your board,
Mhm.
Somerset, or the Academica third part, EMO, about certain development companies that they are associated with being involved in this project?
Well, since we don't have a lease in place yet, we don't have a facility.
Yeah.
I think what he's saying
Feels like an
is,
evasive answer.
Yeah.
This, like, come on, like, it's a pretty straightforward question about, we've seen the history between the organizations, and it isn't even, I'm not even saying you're doing anything wrong. There are people, there are people operating in the state in which they've done it. Are there conversations with the CMO and the EMO regarding associated development companies that would be involved in the facility with this school?
Right now, we're in the process of looking for a facility, but there hasn't been any particular conversation regarding anybody else that might be involved.
So who is it?
Of course, the legal, any negotiation is done with a legal counsel.
Okay, I'll just stop there.
Did you all mention Building Hope earlier?
So Richard, our financial advisor, is from Building Hope.
Okay, and typically, doesn't Building Hope work with facilities and?
Richard, do you want to jump in?
So yes, we do. We provide facility support and consulting services to the charter schools. In the case with the way that Somerset operates, when they go into new locations, that they basically solicit opportunities from different developers. So yes, there's been like School Development HC, some of those have done it. Building Hope has developed other different entities, Turner Agassi. There's a whole slew of real estate developers. When a proposal comes through, the board has an independent accountant and attorney that will review those, and from there make a decision on which way it's best for the board.
how are we doing on time, Ms. Beccaro? So I make sure I don't. 10 more minutes, okay.
Question. You obviously are running a very good school in Webb County. We appreciate that. And you're the board chair for a school in Monroe. Is it your plan once the school gets up and running that you will step aside from being the board chair, or is it your long-term goal to stay on this board?
It is my long-term goal, but I know that our terms are 5 years. So I would hope to stay in touch, or at least within the board, for as long as I possibly can, to ensure that the school is on a good pathway to being as successful as Doral has been.
I'm very concerned, as my colleagues are, that there are no board members from Union County, Monroe. It seems like this process was done backwards. The organization, whether it's Somerset, Doral, Academia, saw Union County as a great place to put a charter school. So then all of a sudden they solicited some people that are associated to say, hey, do you want to help us start this school? It's not organic enough for me personally. I do have some concerns with your contract, things like that. But my concern is this is not an organic application for people in Union County to get another high quality school choice. And I appreciate you having to stand up there and take these questions without the backup of your organization. They should have, not you personally, but your organization should have been prepared better.
Just a question. I've never seen it before. And it may have been either a misread on my part or a program I've never heard of. AP for elementary students.
Advanced placement.
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily an advanced placement the way we run advanced placement in high school, but it's almost like it's not even a gifted program either, but it's an accelerated way to push those higher scholars with enrichment versus, having to do interventions for the low performing ones. Does that make sense?
Like it's almost like AP potential, like recognizing kids early.
Correct. It's just identifying when we run a baseline assessment, who are those students that are high achiever, and then just push that academic rigor to so that those students continue to succeed, so that when eventually they do have the opportunity to go into advanced placement, they can.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Of course.
Can I ask one last follow-up? Alec just quickly asked a question earlier that I still am confused about. I heard your answer, but I'm still confused. So I'm looking up Doral Academy schools, and there's just a ton of them, right?
Mhm.
You have an existing school. You're leading it.
Yes.
It's a B school.
Mhm.
Your answer to the question of why not replicate that school was about the fact that you want the school to be successful at a higher level before you even entertain that. Yet you're partnering with a CMO who doesn't have a school in the state to come and set up shop, and you think they're better suited to do that work than the school that's already here, that's thriving and doing well, who came, by the way, initially as a replication themselves and set up shop, learn the landscape, and achieve.
Yeah.
I just can't understand the logic behind why the school you're currently at wouldn't be better suited to replicate.
Part of my answer, and I know that we've all kind of been taking turns, was Doral also doesn't have the financial means or the backup that Somerset has to be able to take on this opportunity. We didn't get a grant to be able to open new schools as well. So that also plays a part in it.
Okay.
That's a huge part in it, the CMO grant.
And I personally ran into that myself when I replicated. I ended up because I ended up having to find someone to help me support that because I didn't have the funds to do that. So I understand that response.
Right.
That makes more sense to me.
Okay.
Academy legacy of success, bringing proven strategies and innovative practices to meet the specific needs of local communities should we be approved. We are committed to creating a school that not only upholds high standards of the Somerset network, but also responds to the unique challenges and opportunities present in Union County. Somerset financial responsibility and successes at a network level are reflected in its prudent management practices and strategic resources allocation across the 75 other schools nationwide. The network emphasizes transparency, accountability, and efficiency in financial operations, ensuring that funds are directed towards enhancing educational quality and student outcomes. Key to Somerset financial success, it is the ability to leverage economies of scale, allowing the network to maximize resources and minimize costs across all schools. This approach enables substantial investments in teacher professional development, state-of-the-art technology, and innovative curricular programs while maintaining a financial sustainability. Somerset's commitment to financial responsibility is underscored by regular audits and reviews, which ensure compliance with all regulatory requirements and reinforce trust with stakeholders, including parents, educators, and financial partners. I want to emphasize that our proposal is not just about opening another school, it's about creating a lasting impact on the lives of students within our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So for you all, and also for the reminder for this board, we have three choices before we go into deliberation. It is to move the school forward, to bring this school back for a second round of questions that may not have gotten answered today, or to not move this school forward. Those are the three choices that we have. So that being said, we have 15 minutes for deliberation, correct? 10, dang it. Up by 5 every time. 10 minutes. Now we're going to try and stay inside the time limits here. All right, so 10 minutes for deliberation.
I'll start. I do want to thank the board chair for standing behind the podium and answering tough questions candidly, and it's not an easy position to be in. So do want to make sure that she knows that we appreciate her being here today. I guess the other thing I think of is like, and much like others, like I run a school that's an independent school, and yes, there are absolutely days, if not weeks, maybe sometimes months, where I think that doggone, it would just be easier if I had an EMO, CMO partner. So I completely get it. And but at the same time, I think that this just seems like, I think as Mr. Machado said, this seems like a situation where the management company, is driving this more than the board is driving this, and everything from the location to the rationale for the school and so much others. So that's I still go back to those initial questions I have. Actually, I think the curriculum plan probably worked out pretty well. I think it's pretty solid. I think they've shown success in other states. I just go back to this. It's 3 board members, and there's just not a connection to the very community that they're trying to put the school in. And
what is the timeline on the CSP grant? By what point do you need to use it or lose it?
We have, it is a 5-year grant program. We have certain markets that are slotted for certain years in that 5-year program, which is why we put the application in for this year. For this cycle, I should say.
But you can revise it, I'm sure.
Well, I don't know if you've worked with the
No, I have.
The Department of Education. They don't love that, but yes, sir.
I just want one more comment, if I may. Sorry to keep belaboring this. If this were about putting a school in an area that's fast growing, why not put it in Wake County? Why not put it in a neighboring county here where you have an accomplished school leader already part of the board team, and doesn't seem like you would need to go all the way over to the Charlotte area to do that.
I'm excited about the opportunity because I think some of the data coming out of Somerset, multiple blue ribbon schools, I think I'm super impressed with Doral, impressed with the leader. Really just wish that school was being replicated, but I think that given that this is driven by the CSP grant, they've identified North Carolina, they've received a huge amount of funding to grow in this state. And for a network that can secure a CSP grant, I am frankly just disappointed about the readiness that both the board and the management company came to this. And I think if you're getting a CSP grant, weighted lottery is a no-brainer. Full funding for facilities, but specifically when you have $1 million coming in, or for transportation. And then not having a board member in the community, if you had listened, if you even go back and listen, read minutes from these meetings, everything we ask is public. It's all there. We ask the same question. And I'm frankly just disappointed because I would like to see that infusion of capital into North Carolina. I don't believe in good faith that we can move this application forward. And I would recommend that they come back, tighten up their program, make sure they're 100% ready, even consider an acceleration. If they can identify a facility, but you need board members from Union County, we need more of them. But again, I'd like to, not many schools have $1 million from a CSP grant to invest. There are some questions about, are you trading that $1 million for the upwards of, it looks like $500,000 in management fees? Like to see that maybe the management fee non-existent in the first year. Since you basically have the $1 million to pay for that type of stuff. So, yeah, I would recommend. I don't feel like the due diligence and the readiness was done to secure a charter, and that those pieces are not going to change in a month.
And if you don't mind me adding, Alex, to what I think you just said too, is that the readiness, I think what you're saying is that it's nice to hear the board know the answers to these questions and not have to call someone up from the organization to speak on your behalf, because if the charter doesn't go to the company, it goes to the board. And so I think it's really important for anybody else moving forward, not just this applicant, but for the organizations that may choose to work with schools to help prepare those people to understand what they're getting themselves into. And I also heard again today, this is 2 days in a row that I heard, if you're going to get into a contract with an organization, that it might be smart to get with an attorney to find out exactly what's in that contract so that there's no surprises when you're standing at the podium. Hilda?
I concur without being redundant.
I want to really, there's a number of things I thought were concerning that were said, but I think, the idea of we trust the management organization or things like that, that's fine, but trust but verify. Like there has to be a real process to this. 15 years locked in with extreme penalties of $10,000 per month for the duration of the contract. It means there's no chance you can get out. It's zero chance you can get out. And it makes me really concerned about a board that would enter in an agreement like that. I also think that your CMO is not turnkey. They have overhead, which is why they're charging you so much as they contract with an EMO. So your numbers are through the roof. The 1.5, you're trading it. It looks nice up front, but you're trading it for a deficit. And you can apply for the CSP grant yourself as well. So I just, I want to see a school come up here and really, really demonstrate the idea of, hey, we got this locked up in terms of what we do with the school. We're getting this extra support, EMO, CMO, whatever it is, to do some of these other pieces. The money's well spent. It was well thought. The contract was well vetted. And as a result, this partnership is going to turn into really, really help students. And I'm getting where I think we're seeing a lot of organizations that come up, even the one yesterday that changed, that left their management organization, where you're just seeing a couple things up front that these guys are going to do for you and not really vetting it in the way that shows that you're long-term thinking.
I would just add, not to speak for Union County and like you said, wanting more representation from that community, but the application also mentions Wesley Chapel, and their town council has repeatedly rejected housing developments and expansions in that area. Wesley Chapel Elementary School is at about 90% capacity. They're an A school with over a 5-point growth. So they're doing well. So would really want to see more from the community that this is something they need and want.
All right. We're inside the 2-minute mark. If there's any other comments that need to be made, if not, again, I'll remind, we have 3 choices to be made. And if anybody's willing to make a motion towards one of those 3, this would be the time.
I want to make one more comment. I agree completely with my colleagues have said, except the comment about accelerated application. If you come back, I think you should come back with a much better application. If you come back with an accelerated one, the pressure on you to demonstrate a need is greater than if you're going to do it in a regular traditional thing. So that's
Well,
my
and that-
advice, not contradicting my great colleague, Mr. Quigley, but I would be careful with the acceleration.
And to have the facility, which, Building Hope, great organization could help with, but just need the rest of it to be tighter.
I'm not positive this was a partnership with Building Hope or whether they just took a person who's there, who's an expert, and consulted with them outside, but that's another question.
Do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we do not move Somerset Preparatory Academy forward to RTO.
Neil Parlay seconds.
All right, so we have a motion not to move the school forward in a second. Is there any other comment that needs to be made? All right, not hearing any. Ashley, roll call vote.
Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay, Eric Sanchez,
Aye.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
John Eldridge,
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Aye.
Okay. The application is not moving forward. We will send you a letter with your appellate rights if you would like to appeal to the State Board of Education. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are, looks like we're ahead of schedule, right? Lunch is now, 15 minutes. Okay. Sorry about that. I misread the agenda.
Want to do the director's updates now?
Do you want to do director's updates in the next 15 minutes? Are you ready?
So we can knock that out.
Yeah, I don't think they can access it that way. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so last on our agenda today in terms of proposed new applicants, or not proposed, they are a new applicant, Centerpoint Classical Academy, Mr. Brackley.
All right, good afternoon. Centerpoint Classical Academy will develop responsible, active citizens using a challenging classical academic program, meaningful parental partnerships, character education, and an emphasis on student responsibility. This is a standard applicant reminder that we have an hour and a half allotted. There is a management organization here for the final half of our application, the interview cycle. So in year one, K6 with 316 students rounding out at capacity with grades K8 with 1,227 students. Centerpoint Classical will participate in the National School Lunch Program. They are contracted, proposing a contract for 2 buses for community stops, serving, it looks like a total of approximately 120 to 160 students by bus. They will use a weighted lottery, and they have a temporary facility plan in various zip codes, proposing a permanent location by year 3. They are a repeat applicant. We did see this board in the 2021 and 22 cycles. The EMO did provide application assistance to this board. And so if you go to the next slide, just the Guilford County comparison, there's 13 charters across Guilford County, 1 lab school and 126 traditional. You can see their comparison to the LEA in terms of their subgroups here. And then we have the census data, I believe of greater than 500,000 residents in Guilford County. And then I think greater than 20% of Guilford County's population is school-age children based upon that census data. That's it. We have Mr. Matthew Snyder and Doug McCall, the chair and vice chair respectively here. I'll allow the Centerpoint Classical Board to come on up and make their 10-minute introduction statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. This is my 4th time standing up before you. I can't believe that's happening. It's becoming kind of a September event for me to come down to Raleigh and speak to you all. So it's great to see a lot of you from those previous visits. I'm happy to be back, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to tell you about Centerpoint Classical Academy. I'm Matthew Schneider. I'm the chairman of the board, and before I tell you more about why I'm involved and what we hope to accomplish through Centerpoint, I want to introduce the other members of the board, starting with our vice chairman, Doug McCall.
Hello again. Great to see you guys. It's such an honor and privilege to be back here. I was with you guys last year when we were here for Liberty Charter School. And, Matt and I are in a competition for frequent flyer miles with you guys. So, it's really exciting to be here. And jokes aside, when another opportunity presented itself to be on this board for the school, I jumped at it. You may remember my father was a school principal. So I would like to think that education is hardwired in my DNA, if you were to look at it under a microscope. But just, my internal compass has always been pointed towards advocacy. If I can advocate for these kids that we don't even know yet and give them an opportunity to change their trajectory in terms of their educational path, then it's
I am a senior manager in finance for Ryder Consumer Packaged Goods, and I'm a certified management accountant. I like to say that's the fun kind of accounting. And so, more importantly, though, I am the mother of a precocious 8-year-old son and an autistic stepmother of an autistic 20-year-old daughter. And so I've seen a pretty wide range of educational services throughout my experiences. When I was looking for a school for my son, I stumbled upon the philosophies of E.D. Hirsch. And I have to say, I was incredibly inspired by the transformative potential of the core knowledge curriculum. And from that moment, it became a dream to be part of an initiative like this, to start a school and make that a reality for more students in North Carolina. So thank you for this opportunity.
Our board secretary, Charles Davenport.
Thank you for having us today. I appreciate it. I'm Charles Davenport. I'm a longtime bookworm and longtime freelance writer. I'm a language enthusiast, and I want to do whatever I can to make sure that as many kids as possible enjoy the opportunities that I've had. And like my colleagues, I have become a student of and champion for the core knowledge curriculum. I'm excited about that. I'm excited about this school. Thank you for having us here.
And finally, our board member, Tim Andrew.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm excited to be part of this board. So I'm Tim Andrew. I'm a retired Marine Corps officer, 26 years on active duty. I'm currently on the Finance Committee on the High Point City Council. I'm a seated city council member. By trade, I am a project manager for a defense contractor. Have an MBA and I'm a certified project management professional. Project managers by trade are to be healthy skeptics. And throughout my career in the Marine Corps, on the city council, and my job, I look at projects and make sure that they're on budget, on schedule, and within cost. And what I plan to do on top of advocating for this charter school is to make sure that we are doing what we said we're going to do on cost, on schedule. So I have many years of that background, and I believe that the combination of our skill set will ensure that this charter school will be run properly and provide the services that we all want for our children on the southeast corner of Guilford County. So thank you.
Thank you, everybody. When we submitted this application back in April, I was still a professor and administrator at High Point University. I'm a professor of English and the associate dean of the School of Humanities and Behavioral Sciences. But since then, I made the decision to retire from my position at High Point University, which is good news for Centerpoint Classical Academy because it gives me more time, more energy to devote to getting this school up and running and providing the students of the Southeast Guilford County area with a classical education. It's also given me the opportunity, retirement's also given me the opportunity to kind of reflect on my career as a whole and to look back on my nearly 40 years as a college instructor, teaching mostly freshmen, mostly first-year students. I think I estimated it was about 70% of my classes were first-year students over the time that I taught. So I saw kids when they came right out of their primary education in high school and got to college. And one thing I noticed over that time was a gradual but steady decline in the depth and breadth of background knowledge that my students brought to their college years. I could count on their having mastered, or at least some familiarity with basic history, geography, mathematical principles, logical fallacies back when I started teaching, but those kinds of capabilities declined over the years, which is kind of counterintuitive because those 4 decades, nearly 4 decades, coincided with the proliferation of the personal computer. I graduated from college in 1980, before the personal computer was invented. And also coincided with, of course, the birth of the internet. So you'd think that having this information readily to hand, as we all do through our devices, would have made the students more knowledgeable. But in fact, it seems to have worked the other way. And when I realized this, I thought that the answer is to go back to a time-tested model of training the human mind that's millennia old and works extremely well, and that's the classical curriculum. So I met Mary Catherine Sauer because I'd heard about what she'd done at Revolution Academy and talked to her about this and realized that we had the same vision for education, that the best preparation for students, even with the proliferation of these digital devices, is a classical education divided into three parts. It starts with the accumulation of knowledge. It then moves to the development of logic and critical thinking principles and ends with students developing the capacity to express themselves with elegance and clarity. And that really is the best preparation, even in a world that's coming to be dominated even more by artificial intelligence. And I take it very seriously. I read all the documents that were uploaded to the site by Legacy. I listened very carefully to what they had to say. And it is very concerning. It is very concerning that a school, bless you, that a school that was opened only last fall has already decided to sever its relationship with the company that we've hired to open our school. So it is very concerning. It hasn't shaken my confidence, though, in the management company for a couple of reasons. First of all, I heard that promises were broken, that services weren't provided, but there were no specifics given about exactly which promises were broken and which services were not provided. And secondly, I've known Mary Catherine Sauer, who's the executive director of ATA, for going on 4 years now, I think. I've 3.5, 4 years or so. And I've always known her to comport herself with the utmost integrity, utmost transparency. She's committed to this model. She's committed to the schools that she started. She has the experience, but she also has the personal characteristics and qualities that make me trust her. Now, I'm going to keep an open mind and I'm going to continue to learn more about this situation. But so far, I still have faith in ATA and in Mary Catherine Sauer as our choice for the EMO that will open Centerpoint Classical Academy. So thank you so much. We look forward to answering your questions and hope that when you do make your decision, you'll make it on the basis of the strength of this board, the strength of our application, rather than something that's a different situation. So thank you so much. I'll take your questions.
All right, yes, thank you for that introduction. Also want to thank, I think we have a couple members of your board who are ex-military, if I remember correctly, one in honor with Patriots Day tomorrow. I just want to thank you for your service to our country. Yeah. So now we have up to 55 minutes for the questions for this board regarding their application. And that would open it up to anyone who'd like to start. Looks like Hilda. First to the click.
I was noticing some things, some items in the management agreement, starting with the board where there are some facts that are not exactly facts. In the board section, number 1, it says, means the board of directors, which governs the school, has or will enter into the charter agreement with the State Board of Education. That needs to be revised. Number 2, charter application. Means all the documents submitted to the State Board of Education. All of the documents should have gone to the Office of Charter Schools. Number 3, charter agreement means the agreement between the school and the State Board of Education. That needs to be revised. Number 4, Article 2, contract and relationship. authority the school represents and warrants that it is authorized by law to contract with ATA for the provision of charter management and services pending approval from the State Board of Education. So those facts need to be revised or non-facts
Can you,
in the management organization.
could you tell us which articles and paragraphs?
Number one, the board. Number one, label the board. Number two, charter application. Number three, charter agreement. Means. Here's my voice. Number four is in Article 2, contract and relationship authority.
And did we have the wrong name there? Okay, I'll make note of that and we'll change that. We'll fix that.
Any other questions from board members? All right, hearing none, I'll start. Talk just a little bit about the work that's been done thus far to give you confidence that this support for the school is there in the proposed community.
We know that there's going to be a demand. We've also looked at the waiting lists of other charter schools. Revolution, where my kids attend, has a wait list of close to 1,000 students. We know that Cornerstone is continually performing at a high capacity. Their wait list is very large. And we know just from talking with parents in our own circles that parents want this classical education. They want to be able to be involved in their kids' education and not necessarily have it dictated to them. So we are going to be doing additional marketing once we hopefully get approval from you. We had some parent information meetings, I guess it was about 3 or 4 months ago, where we had some folks come out and ask questions. Certainly as we get closer, the demand for that would, I think, be higher, where folks will see this as an opportunity and not as a possibility. And so we hope that we can move forward with that today.
Thank you. Other questions?
You mentioned briefly about the situation that we heard yesterday. What makes you confident that you have a good partner with your EMO? What did concern you that you heard yesterday? Obviously, we were very concerned with what we heard. Can you put us at ease why you feel like that relationship is worth staying with?
Yeah, I think one of the main lessons of yesterday was that the provisions of the charter of the management agreement do actually work. So Legacy decided that they wanted to end the relationship with ATA, and ATA said, okay, well, there's a procedure and a process that's already been outlined to do that, and we can do that. So I think that is one thing that tells me that if things don't work out with ATA, there is precedent for an amicable, mostly amicable settlement of that dispute. And there are procedures that have already been outlined in case that circumstance arises. So I guess it's a little ironic or unexpected, but that actually gives me more confidence in the company. They didn't try to get out of what was being asked. They didn't try to unduly pressure the board to maintain the relationship. They said, if we're not working together, we'll end the relationship, and we'll end it in such a way that's non-disruptive to the students and that ensures your financial stability as well. I mean, I know that contrary to one of the things that was said yesterday, the ATA, the company ATA actually reduced their management fee when the initial enrollment target wasn't quite hit, reduced it down to 13%. So that tells me that this is a company that will continue to work with us and will deal with the situations that arise. That's added to my already high level of confidence in Mary Catherine Sauer as executive director of ATA because of the experience that she's had in opening other schools successfully in the region. Does anybody else want to say anything about that?
Yeah, I'm going to be a little more blunt. I completely believe in ATA, full stop. I have known Mary Catherine for 4.5, almost 5 years now. And as a parent at a school that she started, as a board member times 2 now, when I was in the hospital, she was one of the first people that came to visit me. That says a lot about her character to me. The way that she handles students and works with them and is fair and is firm, that is a skill that is needed in schools today. And she's going to project that to the staff of Centerpoint. I did not want if I had to have, I had an amputation, 6 surgeries, 3 amputations. I could have gone to an orthopedist. I could have gone to a general surgeon. I could have gone to a trauma surgeon. I could have gone to any number of people. And I went with a vascular surgeon because my issues were vascular. But the one thing that we haven't done a lot of is build schools, and she has. When you field a team, you fill those roles, you fill those spots, you find the quarterback, you find the wide receiver, you find the running back. But the gap that we need from her is that experience. So I have absolutely no reservations whatsoever about her ability to get this school open and on time and under budget and make it a success.
Can you articulate, or somebody on the board articulate, what services this EMO is going to provide for their management fee?
Sure, I'll take that.
Yeah.
I have it in front of me. So specifically looking at the day-to-day management of the school, development, professional development. So what that means, you're bringing in professionals from the Core Knowledge Foundation at the beginning of the year for, I believe it's a 2-day seminar. Any recurring professional development that should recur throughout the year. One thing I've been very impressed with about Mary Catherine and her approach is that professional development isn't something that happens once and then it just sustains all year. She believes that it needs to happen recurring. So there's professional development built into the day-to-day processes through observations, evaluations, the communities, the grade level communities that are formed, but also bringing back somebody from the Core Knowledge Foundation. Maybe it's halfway through the year to do some recurrent training to keep everybody on board with, yes, this is what we're doing. And this is why we're doing it. These are the challenges we're facing. What do other schools do? That's the beauty of the outside perspective. And that happens ATA's cost. They pay for that. That's not something that we pay for. That's covered by ATA. Recruitment and enrollment. So the day-to-day part of building it, getting the students, getting them in, getting them enrolled, the IT support, the student management software support, the accounting and finances. So the general ledger accounting, the AP, the AR, that's all handled by them. And again, that's a service that they are providing to us, not just contracting and we pay for it, but they are paying for it, and that comes out of our management fee. I did verify that in the agreement. Food service, logistics, transportation, helping us to find a facility, helping us to secure that facility and make sure that it is properly outfitted for students in a way that meets state regulations. General management, preparation of the budget versus actual reporting. And I think it's really important, accountability for carrying out the mission of the school and reporting to the board in a way that we have confidence that this agreement that we're entering into is being carried out to our expectations. We believe in high expectations for the students, but we as a board also believe in high expectations for our management company. And so we've got to have confidence that that's happening. Transparency gets us there. Communication, measurable KPIs get us there. But I'd like to add, I'm different from the earlier two you just heard of. I'm a relative newcomer to this board. And so I joined the board, I believe it was in March. And so I don't have a long history with Mary Catherine and ATA and the other schools that she started. I will say that I've been nothing but impressed, not just by her words and her philosophies and what she says, but also from what I've seen, from what I've heard from the schools that she has started, and from the support and the thoroughness of the support that she has provided to us. The other thing I'm very impressed with is the caliber of this board. We all bring different gifts, and I love what Tim said, healthy skepticism. That's been on my mind. I think that's important. That's important for a board to really not just say, oh yeah, whatever you say, it's good. We need to bring our talents and intelligence to the table and evaluate as well. And I have full confidence that this board will be able to do that and will be able to shift if needed.
I have a question about the use or the decision of the use of an EMO. And that's only because my experience has been based on independent schools, independent boards, locally controlled. And one of the beauties of charter schools is the local control, knowing your community, knowing your students, and the ability to make decisions in that moment that best reflect your school's needs. Are there any concerns that working with an EMO, even for all the services that you're outsourcing to them, that you're creating a degree of separation between your students and your families and the board and an EMO that an independent, locally governed school would not?
I would say absolutely not. One of the pillars of our mission and vision is to have I've been to, I can't tell you how many board meetings at Revolution. They're open essentially to anyone except when they have to do closed door procedural stuff. The goal is going to be hiring the people that also know that community. So finding the teachers that are already embedded in the southeast part of the county, finding parents who are actively involved in the PTO organization. Yes, we have a management organization that's going to help with the back end support, but our teachers are the face of the school. Our principal is the face of the school. Our assistant principal is the face of the school. As board members, our emails will be available to the entire community. An open door policy is important to me. I've had access to the board at Revolution and been able to directly contact the chairman and the vice chairman and ask questions and concerns, and haven't had to worry about, am I usurping the chain of command? And that really starts with the culture that we're going to build at the school. It's going to be built on trust. It's going to be built on authenticity, and it's going to be built on high communication. And so that has to happen in multiple avenues and intersecting lanes. But I believe that ATA and Mary Catherine has that experience to plant that seed of the culture that we want. And then it's incumbent upon us as the board to carry that banner and to hire the right people that also fit into that.
I would just add to that, I think one of the real benefits of ATA is that there are a lot of the executive director, Mary Catherine, has a lot of local connections. She's done several schools in Guilford County, not in this particular part of Guilford County. And Guilford County, as you saw, is pretty big, but nevertheless, she has 20 years of connections in the area. Whereas a big national outfit, a big national management company wouldn't have the same degree and level of local knowledge. So I think we kind of struck on an ideal balance between somebody that has the resources and the experience to open schools, but also is familiar enough with the area to maintain that level of local control and local access, the kind of local access that Doug talks about.
Yeah, I'd like to dive in a little more. So I want to make sure I got the language right. It's 14% that you're paying, and revenues as defined here is basically every dollar that walks in the building. Is that correct? Is that how you see it?
That's how it's currently written, but one of the outcomes of the negotiations with Legacy is that ATA is going to change their that policy and exclude any fundraising or donations that are given to the school independent, and also to put a cap on any federal dollars. So if we got a large federal grant, ATA wouldn't take the 14% of that as well. That's not in there now, but
with the letter of it.
But we do, that change is definitely, I've been told about that change. The rest of the board's been told about that change. So that I'm confident that's coming.
All right. So I can only go what's here. So 14% of every dollar that comes in. And starting in year one, we're at 454,000. And by year 5, we're at 1.2 million. And some change. I just want to stipulate that's correct. All right. Okay. And for that, and I heard the laundry list of things that were given. I just want to understand them a little better. I heard transportation be mentioned, but I see a transportation line here. So I don't think she's involved in transportation. Am I correct on that?
Not in the direct cost of transportation, no. But she'll find and arrange for the transportation. The company will find and arrange for the transportation.
She'll buy a bus, or like, what do you mean?
She'll help us evaluate vendors or service providers. So,
and then food service, I heard mentioned. What's the role in that? Is that the same thing? Help procure it?
they'll help again select vendors. So the model is that we would have food providers, Chick-fil-A, Chipotle, whoever we partner with, that'll be options each day of the week. We have, I believe, Catherine, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's $90,000 budgeted for $4 per lunch budgeted for those students that are in need, and that will help offset the cost for.
Got it. I'm gonna keep going.
Yes, sir.
I heard student records, enrollment, finance. Is this going to be, is she going to be actually doing that work, or is that through like an Acadia type of company?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
When it comes to like finance, budgeting, all your record keeping, student enrollment, all that, is she doing the work, or is that contract? Is that another procurement piece of going through like an Acadia or something like that?
Procurement.
It may be through a contractor, but we won't. The company, the ATA will pay the contractor out of the 14%. Yes.
And we will have the ability to evaluate those. You know, she will bring those to us as a board.
Sure.
With obviously a recommendation. But we will, I apologize. We'll have that chance to evaluate those. And if we find that there's a better vendor or a better service, we certainly have that authority to do that.
Okay. What does recruitment mean?
Are you referring to recruitment of students?
That's one of the lists that your colleagues said.
Well, it could be any number of things, from recruiting staff and teachers It could be recruiting students. I mean, that's part of our marketing plan.
What does that look like from her side? What is she actually doing? What's the function?
So she helps with getting our website up. She helps with social media blasts. She helps with the pre-launch marketing, if you will. Once the school opens, then we're going to have more of a say in the kinds of things that would go out in the mail. But she helps bring that expertise to us in terms of having templates available, resources available, so we don't have to go reinvent the wheel. And we're able to, plug in our language and our messaging to the community.
All right, and then professional development and curriculum. So the curriculum is not hers. I'm assuming you're procuring that as well, right? And then the professional development, is it her standing in front of your staff and teaching them how to use this curriculum?
In some cases, yes, and in some cases, subject matter experts will be brought in to provide continuing education and continuing professional development on curriculum.
In which she will find those people?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't want to oversimplify this, but you're essentially paying for the expertise to find you the resources and the strategy for running the school within these pieces. She's not actually doing the function, she's finding it for you. Am I correct?
No, that I don't think that it's quite that simple. In some cases, she will be actually doing the work herself, and in some cases, she'll be finding contractors to help us with that work. As far as her expertise goes, I think that's pretty obvious that she's started the schools that she started, so she knows how to do that. I think that's worth something. I see the 14% as kind of broken down between back office support, which is often supplied to schools by district offices or district-wide sorts of networks. Partly it's that, but then partly it's
definition. What's back office support? I just want to make sure we're defining it the same way.
How would you define back office support?
So I think,
I'm a treasurer.
yeah, I think in terms of from accounting, you've got frontline production, and then you've got your management, your overhead, your operations staff, and then you've got your administrative support. And that's how I'm bucketing that 14%. That's your leadership. That's the indirect, and let me grab my list here. So the indirect leadership of finding those services, again, the professional development, supporting the principal, helping to develop the principal. Accounting is a great example. I hate to go back to that. IT support also. IT support, a student, any contracts, anything to maintain a computer, right? So there's going to be technicians that may have to come in. She would find the technicians, absolutely. And then the way I understand this technology support services, that also includes the cost of that. So it's not just that we're paying for her to go find them and then we pay for it. That cost of that service is covered by that 14%. So the marketing services, but those things aren't, I love the accounting example because accounting doesn't necessarily touch a student, right? A student.
All right, to interrupt, marketing is its own line in the budget.
Right.
I'm going to land the plane. Last question I have, and then I'll turn this to my colleagues. I did notice, and this came up yesterday, and I'm sure you're prepared for this question, the relationship with, what is it, ACD? And the fact that it seems like it comes with the territory of coming with ATA. Help us understand how that decision was made. And there were allegations you heard yesterday with regard to that. One, it's a package deal, and you can't leave one without the other type of thing.
Right. It's a great question. I did watch that yesterday. And so I went back, looked back through that draft of a lease. It's not an executed lease, and saw that language in there. And I want to be clear, that's not an executed lease. That's something that we would have time to evaluate. And if we feel that that is not the financing path that we want to choose, that we want something with more flexibility, we as a board would have the ability to propose that change and or to find alternative funding. So that's not something that we are locked into presently today. That is as it is drafted currently. Again, we would retain an attorney to review that and make sure that we've dotted the i's and crossed the t's.
I can reread it.
I'm sorry.
What specifically are you, because I'm looking at a blank screen, right? Internet.
Oh.
So what specifically are you referring to?
There's a draft lease of, if we were to enter into an agreement with ACD for the development, for the financing of that lease, we would, that we would be locked in. I didn't say that, but it would be expected that we would be working with ATA. It is
in the draft. I'm calling it a
Right.
draft like you did.
Right.
The draft lease.
That's right.
Okay.
That's not an executed lease today. So we would have the opportunity for full review of an attorney. And I think that's something that we should do as a board. That's just common due diligence.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think, thank you for those questions, Mr. Sanchez. I think we interviewed a candidate or an applicant right before you. And we were trying to get a sense of what was it the actual EMO was going to do versus work that they would have to then contract out even further. Maybe a quick question, if I may, to a representative from the EMO is what is your staff bandwidth? Like how many people actually work for the EMO?
So thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate being able to answer a question like that. So I'm going to say our bandwidth is growing. We're a small startup. We have a school in RTO right now. I have lined up staff members that will come on board as we're able to do that. And they're amazing. But even when I have a slightly larger staff and we have a couple of schools, then there are going to be some things. There are times when we want to contract out expertise. It may down the road make sense, for instance, to bring those financial management pieces in-house, but Acadia does an amazing job. And I've worked with Acadia, I've worked with different people, and Acadia does an amazing job. Part of my job working for this board is to provide the best services possible. And that means that there are times when we're going to contract things out. For instance, this past year with Legacy, I contracted out some HR, an HR professional, an EC professional had to contract out because there were specific expertise that I didn't have. So my job is within the contracts, working within the agreements that we have, providing the absolute best services possible. And that's what I always try to do.
Stuff here. Last year, Legacy's Classical, which was a organization under which you no longer have management authority, but did have management authority last year. Their school performance was 16% proficient, 16.5. To what do you attribute that? And how do you assume accountability for that as a management organization? Because a lot of what we evaluate here is the effectiveness of schools under the management of these organizations.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for that question. I really appreciate the chance to answer that as well. So one thing I tell boards, and this is especially true with core knowledge, but I think this is even true in any school. The first year is tough. We're in a temporary facility where we didn't have real classrooms, right? We had students, classes with partitions. They worked a lot together, but there's some times that you can't do that. And they had partitions. It was not an ideal teaching situation. It was a first year. It takes about 3 years to get to where you should be academically. Then you look at it's not comparable. Their performance is not comparable to the LEA, but was not far out of line from the closest elementary school. So you look at the students that are coming. That was definitely something that if I were still operating with that school, then we would have a plan. We would have had a plan last April, because you know these things sometimes before it happens, right? You know how things are going. I will say that I've learned a lot. Every experience is a learning experience, and I can learn something from everyone. And that's I can't say a lot more about that. I'm sorry. But it's definitely something that, again, if I were over that school, we would have a detailed plan that we shared with the board, that had the consent of the board, and that worked very hard to improve that instruction and get that to where and I'm explaining at least partially. We're not okay with it. We want to provide an excellent instruction of an excellent. They're not their highest performers generally from the district schools. So it is definitely, no, we're not okay with that, but you create a plan and you get input on that plan, you create a great plan and you execute.
Probably pretty easy to just grab that. I'd love to see all schools.
You know, I don't expect you to get hundreds, but I expect you to work hard. And the same should be said for a school. And I can tell you from personal experience, we are now about 4 weeks in, and from 210 to 240. And that's part of why we also want to have an EMO, because that EMO can bring that experience to the table to make sure those smaller pieces of the bigger puzzle of a school are in place so that those triggers happen, so that those kids don't fall behind. And that we are proactive with making sure kids are performing at the highest level possible. And I have all the faith in the world that, you know, that's going to happen with American Traditional Academies. But more importantly, as a board, we're not going to settle for subpar.
Your son goes to Revolution?
Yes, sir.
And that's under ATA's management?
No, but Mary Catherine was the founder.
Yeah, I mean, I know the principal and leadership team there. You have an excellent head of school and a pretty some strong academic leader. So I'm not surprised that they're putting the right pieces in place. And I would just like to stamp, because we hear this a lot. We're getting kids from district schools who are low performing, and the case can be made that if you're getting those students, your growth should be high. And the growth at Legacy, to take another marker, was minus 3.9 for did not meet growth. So I think there's this, I'm not just talking about this example. We need to be clear about when people stand up here and try to tell us the reason that we're not successful is the kids that we're getting. Well, you can exceed growth, because if your kids are arguably behind, you're putting in a good program, you're going to see it in the data.
I agree with you 100%. And I wasn't trying to say that that's the only reason. I was just trying to, again, explain one reason we expect the first year to be tough.
But so you created an organizational chart in which it's the governing board, then ATA. Like you're running this isn't a side EMO who's like helping on, like you are the centerpiece. You're taking 14% of every dollar going to the building. Like, and then after all of that, and I heard PD after PD and curriculum and all this, after all of that, the school ranks lower than 2,000. I'm not exaggerating, right? You're looking at the data. My computer's all messed up here, but like lower than the bottom part of the state in terms of growth, like negative growth. It's hard for me to say, what are we paying for? Like and the board going into this, it would really concern me to say, we're going to put all this money in, and in the end, and we're going to give all this autonomy in terms of leadership, because that's the way it's set up. And in the end, in terms of the bottom line of schools, right? We don't make widgets. We don't, like, student learning is the bottom line. In the end, we're going to be one of the lowest performing schools in the entire state. That seems crazy.
No, I agree. And if that were the only metric, I would agree with you. That would be crazy for any board to contract with us if that were the only metric. There are other things in play. There are other probably things that are reasons for that negative growth. That's definitely something that moving forward that I've already planned on making changes that are going to help prevent that in the future.
This is the time to say it, though. Like I'm giving you. Then this should be a softball question.
I understand, Mr. Sanchez. But you've seen documents, and I'm bound by a non-disparagement agreement, and I've been told by my attorney that just because it's true, I don't get to say it to comply with that agreement, and I plan to honor the agreement I signed. I can't say more on that than I think I already have.
I'd like that. I'm sorry.
No, okay.
Just going to go back to my original question. I'm sure I heard the answer. How many staff does your management company employ, directly employ?
Right now,
Yeah.
We have 3.
Okay. How many schools are you contracted with?
Right now, we're contracted with, for a management agreement, we're contracted with 1 that's in the RTO process.
Okay, so you don't have any that are up and running right now.
Correct. Legacy was
Everyone is an employee of the board with the exception of whom?
No, so what the way the current management agreement reads is that the teachers are jointly employed with the board and ATA, and that the other staff and administrators are employed by ATA. Where, as I said, I'm learning as we go, and so I think one of the changes that we were actually in the process of making for Legacy is to add teacher assistants to employed. That kind of made sense. It might make sense for us to change some of those other things where if obviously that we would have to jointly agree to that with the board, but we're willing to look at what makes sense and what's the best way to operate.
So just like I'll give it a hypothetical.
Yes, sir.
So if I were applying to be a teacher at the school, I would be presumably, since I'm jointly employed, you would both the board and you would want to know that I'm a right fit for this school. You'd both have say in that.
Oh, absolutely. So we would be as generally as the principal, and she'll have a team of people who do go through the process and get the resumes and do the interviews, but the board approves all hires and terminations.
Okay, so let me
Yes, sir.
go to the scenario. I suppose I'm not being hired as the teacher who's jointly employed. I'm being hired as the principal.
Okay.
What input and decision-making
So
influence does the board have, or are you at ATA saying, we're hiring this candidate? I hope it works out for your board.
we hire the principal, but with input from the board. So I've made a commitment to the Liberty Board as well and the Centerpoint Board. It doesn't serve me well at all to hire someone who the board doesn't like. That's not a way to work anything. We want the board to like the candidate. I will sort through the candidates and I will find the candidate that I think is the best fit for the school, but the board will be able to give input before we finalize any hiring of a principal.
I have another financial question.
Go ahead.
Again, I don't want to compare one school to the other, but I just think it's
Germaine, I understand.
germane. It's interesting math.
Yes.
So earlier today, we interviewed an applicant that also was looking to partner with an EMO. And much like we've heard from this board, that EMO was going to, they had their own expertise in-house, but they too would be, it was actually a CMO that was going to then be outsourcing to an EMO. And when you did the math, it came down to, in their budget, that they would have been paying the CMO $750 per student for all the services that you sort of, like what they said they were going to get out of their EMO was and CMO was very similar to what we just heard. But in this application, that's more than double. It's $1,400 per student. So I'm just curious as to why.
Again, I think that I think you can, there are, and I can't speak to the other application. There are direct costs that come out of the 14% that the school doesn't have to worry about, including the IT support, the website design and hosting, and there's a list of things. It's in the contract. I'm sure you've read that. But there's a lot to be said for expertise, to be honest. I'm gonna, because I'm a prayer and I was praying last night. It's very frustrating to hear people speak about you and not be able to say anything. And just to give you an idea, I've opened 4 schools. That's created around 200 jobs. I've created in this state around 2,000 spots in charter schools for students. I've impacted thousands more because some have graduated. I've been successfully through the RTO process 3 times. I've found and developed and allowed schools to open in 6 different temporary facilities. With all that, I've had 0 delays. None of my schools have closed. None of my schools have gotten a 3-year renewal. They've all gotten 5 or more years. I've read hundreds of applications. I've had 6 applications approved by a charter board. I've written 8 applications. I know how to put processes in place that continue after I'm gone. I know how to look for problems that boards wouldn't even necessarily know how to look for. I know how to review things and see, does that make sense, or do we need he could do that.
throw an accusation or any allegation whatsoever. I'm just saying on face value, when every time you ask a board member, and this isn't the only board, what is coming from the MO, they say, oh, she'll find it for us. She'll get it for us. It's not that she does it, that she'll get it. She'll do. Why not then pay $200,000 a year to the best expert you can find in the state to do all of those things instead of 1.2 million in year 5? It doesn't give that impression. And that answer hasn't come yet. Like I've been asking and asking, and it just really hasn't come. What are you getting for that equals that money? Are they getting some value? Yes. They all said it. They believe it. You've said it. You've said what you've done. I believe there is value there. I believe it's a fraction of what they're actually paying them so far from what I'm hearing.
I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate you not accusing me of a money grab.
Definitely not.
In the last 13 years that I've done all those things with specifically charters and charter applications, I've taken a regular salary less than half of those years. I'm not about the money, and I appreciate that. But there's, I mean, I don't know. When I obviously started several schools independently because I saw value in that, but it's so hard. It was the hardest things I've ever done in my life. And I've had 4 children and they were big. And the hardest thing I've done in my life. When I was doing it at Revolution, I looked around and said, there's got to be a better way. We are missing out. I've had people call me wanting to start a charter school, but you have to go for a period of time without getting paid. We're missing opportunities for lots of people that want to be involved, that want to be the principal, that want to be of a charter school, but can't go without a paycheck for 1 or 2 years. They work at a district school and they can't put their name on an application because then that creates problems with their current job. They're board members that just don't know how to do that, but also want to be a governing board, don't want to be an operational board. They want to maintain that governance piece. And what I did is when I found, first I tried to apply as a CMO, and I was told by the board at the time that I didn't have enough resources. So I went out and got resources, and now we applied as an EMO. And it is easier for the boards because they have more support, and we're getting schools open. And if they decide down the road that this is not working for them anymore, you've seen that we work with people, and there's a provision in the contract for them to change their minds. Boards change their minds, and that's okay. Up until last week, that was an amicable situation. I don't know how that changed, but I intend to work honorably and within the contracts that we've established. And when I was researching management companies, I'd never done it before. So just like everything else, I try to find as much information about it as possible. I looked at whether EMOs were charging, and I said, I can probably do it for less than that. I can't right now do it for less than 14%. Maybe down the road I can, and I'm willing, to talk about that. But right now, I can't. There's a huge risk. I put up money up front. We pay for the application year. We pay some of the stuff during the planning year. We support the school before we get any money from the school. There's a lot of, especially at the beginning, up front. So I'm not even at that. I don't know. The board could certainly make another decision. I'm happy and grateful the board's decided that we're a good fit. And when we're not a good fit, I mean, there may be a time that we come back and want to separate. Now, 210 kids because of what I did for that school. So yeah, the board can make other decisions, and I appreciate that if you were doing it, you would make a different decision. But this is where we are.
I'd like to follow up with the board. So we are coming up against time here. I guess to me, one of the voices that's most important, and we talk about the cost of having an EMO, is do you believe that you're getting that amount of value. If the 14% is year one, that's what, $454,000.
Yes, I think we are getting that value in the combination of the specific tasks and responsibilities that are outlined in the management agreement, and also in the experience and expertise to handle situations that we can't possibly anticipate, but because of her experience, Mary Catherine can, to handle situations. And I think that's worth a reasonable amount of remuneration. And I have looked at other EMO contracts and I see that they're comparable. Most a little bit more. Most charge a little bit more. I think the combination of her knowledge, her experience, with the specific things that she's capable of providing through that money, I think it's worth it. If I didn't think it was worth it, I wouldn't come before you.
Do you have, I know this, if approved, you would open in 2026.
Right.
This is probably a little premature, but are all the folks who are here today representing the board planning to be on the board in 2 years? Or is there anyone kind of being groomed for school leader or other positions?
We're looking for a school leader. Our application says we like to have 5 to 7 members of the board. We've got 5 now, so we'd like to get a couple more. And we're counting on ATA to help us with that as well, because that's part of what we pay for in the 14% is board development, board training, board mentoring. So yeah, I'd like to have a couple more people on the board. I think that would be great. We have a really strong board as it is. But yeah, we'd like to have more.
One of the biggest pieces is the like the front end costs to open the school. Everything, buying furniture because you don't have any money and you have to buy it beforehand, and capital costs, down pay, anything, paying salaries of school leaders. We just had a group come that had a $1.4 million, $1.2 million pot of money they could invest. I didn't see any working capital or other funds in the budget. Do you have an estimate of the amount that the management company is going to front and how that will be repaid?
So if you don't mind, I'll take that. There are a lot of costs up front in any school. There's several things that I help schools do to manage their cash flow. One of them is we work with some vendors, a lot of people who will give us terms, and they'll give us the furniture and not have to pay it till the second drop. Now they're changing the way they drop money, but that's been the way we've done that in the past. We help. I develop each month. I give the board a cash flow report, which is different than Acadia does. This is something we do in addition to that, which actually helps them project into the future. So by September, we'll know if they're going to have trouble meeting payroll in January, and we have time to ramp up to that and fix it and make sure that we can adjust things out so that they don't have cash flow problems. They can see exactly how everything works. In the planning year, they do need money in the planning year. And that's one of the benefits of working with ACD is that they can choose if they want to. ACD will give them a line of credit. They don't have to get, and I've told them this, they all are familiar with this. They don't have to take money from ACD. They can get money from anywhere they want to, but obviously there are startup costs, and that's there. And if they want it, ACD in some of those ways.
So we're up against time, so I'm going to give the board, you have 10 minutes for closing if you would so choose.
Well, I want to thank you again. It's
And I would jump at 100 more anywhere if the opportunity arose. And not simply because of ATA or Mary Catherine, but because of the impact that I can potentially have in the lives of kids. So I'm going to do a quick poll here. Raise your hand if you have worked for a school or with a school where you've impacted 100 kids' lives. Please. Keep your hands up if it's 200, 500, 1,000, 2,000. Anybody over 5,000? Okay. Point I'm trying to make here is what you all have done as individuals. There's no way to figure out the ripples that has had in these kids' lives. As a board, we are committed to providing the best outcome possible for these kids. These kids who are going to be future doctors, future lawyers, future engineers, maybe future board members standing before a group like this so that they can impact lives. So I have two asks. One, we're committed to ATA. We believe that that's the right choice right now. Now, we have the flexibility. If we find a different option down the road, sure, we'll explore that. But please don't base your decision today off of what happened yesterday. That's in the past. We can't do anything about it. The only thing we can do is change the future. And this board is going to work tirelessly to change the future of these kids' lives, whether that's with ATA or not. You have that commitment. You asked if are you all going to be around in 2 years? I'm not going anywhere. I don't think any of these folks are either. We're committed. We're in for the long game. My second ask is, and you may have heard this last year, we have 704 days approximately until we open our doors. Now, that seems like a long time, but having gone through the ready to open year with Liberty, that time goes real fast. So my ask is, let us get to work. Let us change these kids' lives. I think about some of the teachers I had growing up, and I had a real special teacher named Mr. Mankey. And when my parents got a divorce, he was there for me. He was kind of my moral support, my emotional support. And then when my mom passed away, he was actually the individual who presided over her funeral. I keep in touch with him to this day. I want these kids at Centerpoint to build those same kinds of relationships where they can look back 20, 30 years and say, Mrs. So-and-so or Mr. So-and-so changed my life and made me the person I am today. So please let us have that opportunity. We appreciate this time. We appreciate your consideration, and thank you for all you do for the educational community.
Thank you so much. All right, it's our turn to deliberate amongst ourselves. So open the floor to anyone who would like to speak.
I think it's certainly admirable what they want to do, and I appreciate the enthusiasm and the conviction. And I know that we all share that in the work that we do. But pressing on a few points, and seats, students have seats now. And so having a school with seats does not mean that that's a testament to quality education or achievement. So I would say that I think examining how the dollars in an EMO is impacting students in those seats. And there is a large gap, it seems, between that and where the students sit. That's concerning to me. And the example of the NWEA map, student getting referred right away for interventions is fabulous. That's the work of a teacher. That's baseline. That is baseline everyday expectations. That doesn't require an EMO to tell you to do that. That's a good teacher. And I know the team is strong. I believe the team is strong. And for that reason, if they could trust strong teachers that they're getting from Guilford County, they're going to put those in place without that commitment of
I think this board is as strong a board as we've seen in quite some time. This board owns place. This board is extremely committed. There's no doubt about it in my mind that this board has a mission and they want to do it. I think we can discuss amongst ourselves what the role of an EMO is or it should be, or 14% to spend money on someone else. That's to me a philosophical discussion. So I think a person can stand up here and defend what that 14% goes to, and the person can stand up here and say that's not worth a dime that you're spending. To me, it's I respect everybody on this board. I've worked for an independent charter school and I work for an EML right now, so I see the differences. But we always say that the charter belongs to the board, and I think this board has demonstrated that they're committed to this. And we can talk about whether this EMO is a strong EMO, has a capacity, but we're giving the charter to this board, and I think they have absolutely demonstrated that they deserve this charter.
And I tend to agree as well. Bottom line, this is all about the children. Bottom line. They understand the EMO and what they will provide, what they will promise to provide. I don't see us putting kids in harm's way not to be able to have that choice. So I have confidence that they will make it work.
I disagree. I'll be voting against this. I don't disagree about the board. And I actually do believe they could do this in a different way. Potentially, as Eric described, pay a small fee for the services of startup. And I don't disagree that Ms. Sauer has opened a number of schools and seems to have a strong track record of individually and independently launching a school with a board, then handing that school directly over. But the management company that has been established, we just don't have a track record. We just sent a management company packing that had data from the Credo study, gold standard study of school performance, charter school performance, particularly in closing achievement gaps, with a $54 million grant for the federal government and $1.5 million ready to invest in Durham or in the state of North Carolina. The current proposed management company seemingly does not have significant assets to devote. And when asked, it was referenced that the building company would front the line of credit, which basically then binds the school to the building company. And I have a lot of questions about the rates and the work of ACD. Nothing to do with legacy. I've seen it work with other schools in the state. And then again, track record. We have one school in RTO that is under the management's. And then we have a school that, regardless of how you slice it, was 16% proficient. So I don't know how I could support this in its current, how it's positioned.
Yeah. I think I said before, first off, I can't say it enough how I disagree with the notion that it's just the board that we're looking at. Every aspect of this application, including the organizational chart, just shows where how they're placing the EMO and how the EMO is responsible for. I mean, they just kept going a laundry list. The more lists, the more you know what they're doing, right? Like whether it was personnel, whether it was curriculum, whether it was PD. I mean, every aspect of the school is going through the EMO. I completely doubled down on what I said before, the idea that, man, you can hire 2 to 3 smart people at $100,000 each who can provide triple what I heard. I'm telling you, I've done it. I've seen it. way of it. Now, I will say, one, I don't know Mary Catherine. I don't know her, and she came across as very genuine in her expertise and whatnot. And I take her at her word that she has this expertise. I think we saw with legacy that it doesn't amount to student results in that way. I think the other thing is I think the board was really, really strong in terms of their convictions and how genuine they were. If this was a different application without this EMO, yeah, I would really consider it. But you can't, given that they've embedded it in every aspect of the application and have given the keys to the kingdom, basically to the EMO, to say, you direct it all. Then you have to, if you're going to ensure high quality charter schools, you have to consider then that the EMO is a part of this package deal. And unfortunately, it's not a good part of the application. So I will definitely be voting against it.
Question for staff. This EMO is working with one school in RTO. Has there been any red flags or other issues with that school getting through RTO?
No. I don't think we have the RTO process is just starting in September. So I don't think we have a report to give at this point.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think I actually think this board's really strong. I tend to agree with, well, no one said they're not. I think this board is strong and is going to own it. I don't know if I would see them giving the keys to the kingdom to the EMO. I think this board is going to be actively engaged. I'm trying to, yes, what we heard yesterday is to say that we just ignore it would be, we would not be doing our duty. But I also think there's slightly different situation here with this particular board. And I don't disagree with what Mr. Quigley said here to the left of me, or in terms of some of the concerns. I just would say from a comparison to the board we interviewed this morning, yes, they had access to a lot of money that perhaps this board doesn't have access to, but these are 5 members who live in that community compared to a 3-member board in which one lives out of state and the other 2 live 200 miles away from the school that they wanted to create. So I think there's a little bit of a difference in those 2 scenarios.
Bruce, can I ask you, how much in your decision making does the EMO in any school, not just this application, does it weigh? Is it very little? Is it moderate? Is it a lot?
I think you have to look at those each of those independently, Mr. Sanchez. I think it also, if you're dealing with a school that you feel the board has, may not be as strong as you would like, then you're probably looking at, okay, well, who they've chosen to partner with. I think this board's incredibly, really strong, but I can't sit here and give you every school that comes before us has an EMO. I'm going to say, well, I'm going to weight that a certain way. I want the interview process to play itself out. I think there's it's concerning too that, again, they're not legacy. And by saying that does not mean that anyone should suggest that 16% proficiency is acceptable. But that wasn't this board's school. And it was 1 year. That doesn't make it acceptable, but it was 1 data point after 1 year.
I guess who is accountable for that?
That's my opinion. Everyone on this board is allowed to disagree with that opinion.
Sure.
Any other discussion?
I'm wondering, at least with regard to ATA, why don't we of taxpayer dollars, because they squandered it, or it was squandered last year, whether it was they or whoever it was, it obviously didn't turn into results.
Okay, we're up against time. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move that we accept this application.
As we have a motion to move Center Point to RTO, would anyone like to second that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I would just say that I find this surprising. I'm not really understanding. I think if we want this school, I know they've waited a couple of years. That doesn't really matter. What matters is, as a board, they seem strong. They've contracted with an EMO that is yet to be proven, or the individual is proven in a lot of ways, but is yet to be proven. And a contract binds them to a development company, in my opinion, that has not have a strong track record. So we're signing on, putting a stamp of approval on unproven, an unproven management organization. And in fact, there's a fair amount of data that suggests, based on legacy class, someone has to be accountable for that. So we're basically saying if it's not the management company, it's just the people that ran the school, we just allowed to separate from the management company. So I just would urge us to also be very disciplined as we bring EMOs into the state. I felt like we were very disciplined with the previous one. And so that is my final comment.
But the board has a right to have an EMO. And it takes a strong board to deal with an EMO. And I know firsthand experience.
It's also being alleged from an attorney that both the 14% of federal dollars has questionable legality parts. The ACD contract has questionable parts, and they terminated because of breach of contract. I mean, that's the allegations going out, mixed with the fact that the school had poor results. That's what's out there, and what we're about to put more tax dollars to.
Let's vote.
Okay, there is a motion to approve on the floor. Bruce Friend,
Aye.
Dave Machado,
Aye.
Hilda Parlay,
Approves.
Eric Sanchez,
Nay.
Shelley Shope,
Aye.
Alex Quigley.
Nay.
Okay, it has passed 4-2.
Congratulations. And you'll get information from the office for next steps with RTO.
Yes.
Watch.
All right, Ashley, director's updates.
Just quickly, the October slide.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's just, we'll have zero accelerated applicants for second round, 3 applications next month for October, all standard timeline. I think it's, we have ALA Garner, we have Bettis Academy and Focus Academy. These are all in Wake County. That's it. That's all I have. Yeah.
Update? Oh, all right. Jeez, all right.
Okay. All right. Great meeting. Thanks everyone for the hard work. We can go to the next slide because I forgot what I put on there, Nikki. Thank you. Okay. Some administrative updates. So quickly, please see the reimbursement reminders in your binder. We have a few new updates. If you get an email about needing a W-9, you need to do that or else we can't get you reimbursed. Also, the 2025 calendar has now been approved. I will be canceling any previous WebEx links. That is not canceling the meeting. That's just canceling the link. So want to make that clear. And then we'll send you new Zoom links as we're using Zoom in here. Also, we can no longer see attendees. So if you have to attend remotely, just be in contact with me because they see it back there in tech now. But as you can see on the screens, like I'm not accessing that. So just to kind of clarify on that. Next slide. Okay. For our charter schools that are listening, and for those of you running charter schools, a few really important updates. September 15th, we need the Parents' Bill of Rights survey. There's a Google form. Right now, I think we've only got about 50% of charter schools reporting, so please get that into us. Also, school-based mental health policy, also due on the 15th. There's some context up there for you. And our updated performance framework has rolled out and is going well, but if you have questions, I've got a contact there as well, and we'll get this on eBoard after the meeting. For fall priorities for the office, just some things to kind of keep in mind. We obviously are going to begin doing the renewal discussions in preparation for the 38 schools that you will be voting on in the new year. Our RTO planning year sessions begin September 25th. So we have our normal 5 sessions. 3 are virtual to make it a little bit easier on the 15 plus schools. School improvement and support visits. This is our 2nd year of implementing a school improvement team. So we are doing, continuing our on-site visits with schools that are low performing. In addition to that, we're doing virtual check-ins with our stipulation schools and with our other schools that we just want to keep more, kind of have more touch points with them. We will be bringing you next month the academic data analysis. So we'll be able to kind of give you an overview of how charter schools fared last academic year. We are continuing our lunch and learns. We've got those, I think, 3 or 4 a year. And the next one is next week in Asheville. And then finally, we're closing out the NC Access Grant. So that will officially ends at the end of the month. And then we've got a 120-day liquidation period where we'll be working on kind of reporting for that. But that is ending, and I've gotten lots of questions. No, we are not applying for another grant. I'm throwing myself a party. So that we're wrapping that up, and we are really proud of the schools that did implement some great programming and transportation and other programming for students that were in need of high quality options. So we're proud of that. Ready to open cohort. As you can see here, it's quite large. We believe hype may be delaying. So we'll keep you posted on that. Natasha will begin over the next couple months giving you some updates on how that is going and be able to report on the progress of those schools. So any questions, just let us know. But as you can see, we have a large cohort. And then some updates for our remote charter academies. As you know, we had 7 approved this year. Next month, I will be giving a report that is required by the General Assembly to the state board. We had 2 that deferred because they did not have enough enrollment to make the program really, like, it didn't make sense for them to implement a program with the enrollment numbers that they were getting. We have 3 that are operating, but they came in under projections. 1 school is over projection, and then we have 1 school that's just almost exactly at their projection. So those are kind of just a summary of where we are at with the remote charter academies, and we will begin, we've already started really preparing for the 5-year renewal terms that these academies get per the legislation, and kind of integrating that into our normal renewal process in terms of what they submit and the processes. But of course, we have no control over the term limit. Per legislation, they get 5 years and then they can renew. And then my last but not least, really exciting news. As you know, we've wanted an assistant director for a very long time. I've been in the office almost 7 years and we have not had one since that time. And so we've been in the process of interviewing, and we are right now finalizing a hire, and I'm very proud to announce that we are internally promoting one of our lovely consultants. She has a little background before I announce. She does have a master's in education law. Before she was a school leader, she had a master's in psychology and was a substance abuse and crisis center counselor. She has been a principal and an assistant principal in North Carolina, Colorado, and Texas, and she is a licensed principal in all 3 states. She has a very diverse experience with all kinds of student populations and charter schools across the country. And so really excited to say that Nikki Nowinski is going to be helping OCS as assistant director. And I finally have an assistant. Yes. So really proud to make that announcement.
Observe. Well observed.
Yeah. And that's all for announcements. Any questions?
I do have a question. It's a process as we're reviewing this. When we used to log into Edlusion, we would be able to see a bar along the left-hand side where we could
Yes.
jump.
Yes.
And it makes it a lot easier to review these
Yes.
apps. Is there any way to reinstate that?
There's yeah, for some reason it turns off when you're turned to like some type of status. We'll find out about that because that happened to me as well. And then we will be in the process of reviewing the application to see if there's any kind of edits or changes. So if you have any ideas or things you'd like to bring to us, please do that because as you know, January is right around the corner and we will be opening up for the 2025 cycle in January. So we really will need to get those, any revisions to the charter application itself.
Once the application evaluation officially closed, as they have already, that menu just.
Yeah, I think
What it
the challenge is that we're actually not often getting in there
That's true.
until after the external evaluators have done their work. And so, yeah, thank you so much.
Let's see if we,
To make it expected on PDF,
mm,
rather than having to go back to the original to download the
Mhm.
links to the document.
oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, let us talk to the software developers and see if they can work with us on that.
With that, can I get a motion to adjourn? Second, Hilda, all in favor? Aye. Assume it's unanimous. Thank you, everybody, for your time this month.